Braves Country. I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show Braves Country today just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love you.
Lineup for Braves Country by DM Magee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly, and his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts, a plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P's still for Peterson. We were all rockin' pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitcher's lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young. The game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the Country Club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops. Members-only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the Country Club today.
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves country. Let's go ahead and put this on there for you. There's the lineup for today as we go over that real quick. We'll put that on the big screen so you get a good look at it and give you a chance to screenshot it or whatever. The Atlanta Braves are coming in today. It's a Chris Sale day, as we all know, and we all look forward to. And a couple things we want to go over with Chris Sale. As first of all, it was announced today that MLB.com's team of the month, he was their top pitcher. Chris Sale, Garrett Crochet, who we saw against the White Sox in that first series, young dynamic pitcher. Seth Lugo of Kansas City. Luis Gilly, I haven't paid attention to what he's been doing. He's been pitching really well for the New York Yankees. They're going to have a decision to make when Garrett Cole comes back on who they're going to kick to the side. Cal Quantrill of the Rockies, formerly of Cleveland. You may remember him. And then the two relievers were Emmanuel Clase and Jeremiah Estrada. We do not have a single everyday player in the mix, so take that for what it's worth. But there you have that. We don't have as far as the everyday players, William Contreras, our old friend, ex-Atlanta Brave, he is the catcher of the month. Bryce Harper, Bryson Stott, first base and second baseman of the month. The shortstop of the month was Corey Seager. Jose Ramirez, who we just saw, was the third baseman of the month for Cleveland. And then Aaron Judge, man, did you see what he did last night? Hit 2 home runs. Kyle Tucker and Juan Soto. So 2 of the 3 best outfielders in the month of May reside in New York Yankee pinstripes. And then Brent Rooker, who is the designated hitter, who we will see again today for the Oakland A's, and Rafael Devers, they put him as a utility. I mean, it's just an extra DH. What are they playing? Fantasy baseball here? But anyways, that's what we got today. And did want to go over a couple of big things as far as Chris Sale is concerned. Now, first of all, he had a .56 ERA in the month of May. 45 strikeouts in 32 innings. That's number one. The number two thing is that came up was, I think this was Baseball Reference that dropped this. Copied and pasted. So I don't have the receipt, but I'm pretty sure it was Baseball Reference. Since 1910, it is the lowest ERA by a Braves pitcher in a calendar month who had 45 strikeouts in 30 innings. Now, that's a very select group you're talking about, because the first person that came to my mind was Greg Maddux. But, of course, he is not a guy that typically is going to have 45 strikeouts in the 30-inning range in a month. But some of the guys that were on that list that had very comparable months compared to Chris Sale's May of 2024. Chris Medlin of 2012, you remember how dominant he was. Greg Maddux is on the list twice. He's the third and fourth best. July of 1995 and June of 1998. For those qualifiers, now their ERAs were 1.26, 1.27, and 1.29. So Sales is it's half of what they've had. Some guy by the name of Joe Jay in July of 1958. Kevin Millwood, you remember him from 1999. Lefty Tyler from the 1916 Boston Braves. John Smoltz in 1997. And then Dick Rudolph in 1914, and John Smoltz again in May of 1996. So that's the list. That's the top 10 of the lowest ERAs with the qualifiers of that many innings pitched and that many strikeouts. Now, granted, they didn't strike out a whole ton back during the dead ball era, so that's why you don't see a lot of names from prior to that. But it was a different era back then. The whole gist of that was you put bat to ball and put the ball in play, and wasn't a lot of power, wasn't a lot of swinging for the fences. But I just thought it was interesting. Chris Sale, the most dominant month that you have seen by an Atlanta Braves pitcher in your lifetime in 1 month. The most dominant. I knew it was up there. When I saw those numbers drop today, it really gives you an idea, gives you an appreciation for what he did. And hopefully we'll continue to do as he gets the ball today. And the conductor, we've got the conductor emoji in there kicking when he strikes out. I don't know if I'll be able to do it every time, but when he does, we're going to pop that onto the screen, the conductor, the train rolling down the tracks. And I've been working on something that I used to do a long time ago for a couple of other things. And we're going to give you a train whistle, man-made train whistle, when he strikes out. So I'm going to try to remember to do that. Atlanta Braves come into today 9 games over 500, and they're going to face the Athletics, who are 13 under 500. We know that the Braves should win this game. The pitching matchup is in the favor of the Braves, but they're going to have to get some runs. And it'd be nice for them to wake the hell up and not be scratching across 3 or 4 runs and getting a low-scoring victory. I like to see this Braves offense really open it up. The other thing that you have in the world of baseball today, do want to mention this. So Darryl Strawberry is getting his jersey retired for the Mets. And I know we're not all, obviously we're not Mets fans here, but it's pretty cool that they're retiring his jersey. The other cool thing they're doing, so the home run apple that the Mets have that goes up over the center field wall every time they hit a home run? Today it's going to be a home run strawberry. So I thought that was pretty cool. Obviously, we're not Mets fans, but it's cool when they do cool things in baseball. And the Braves are going to be wearing their City Connects, hence the reason why I've got mine on today. And Chris Sale is I'm just hoping for another good outing from him, another outstanding outing for Chris Sale as Atlanta will try to go back to 10 games over 500. I'm no longer going to be concerned with the fact that we're 6.5 behind Philly in the East. If we start playing good baseball and we start putting wins together, we'll cut the deficit down. Philly's got some difficult games ahead in their future. We'll cut the deficit down. But the key is going to be for Atlanta to start rattling off their own wins. And no matter what the hell happens, if we start putting the wins together, we're going to have an opportunity to go out and distance ourselves from the rest of the National League, who they're going to be trying to chase us down for that top wild card spot. Because when we get to the end of the year, if we don't win the division, you want that top wild card spot. First of all, because you're going to play the worst wild card team available, or the second worst wild card team available. And the key will be that you'll be at home. If you're the 5 seed or the 6 seed, you're going to be on the road. You don't want to be on the road in the first round of the playoffs, especially when you're only going to get 3 games and the first 2 W's send you to the next round. You want to be at home. You want that familiarity. And it's a long way to worry about this. Remember, just 2 years ago, I was thinking about this morning. 2 years ago, June 1st, 2022, the Braves sat 10.5 games. 10.5 games, not 6.5. 10.5 games behind the New York Mets. And we ended up chasing them down and winning the division yet again. So it can be done, but the key thing is going to have to be we're going to start playing good baseball. That's really all I really want to see. Because if we hit October and we're hitting the ground running and the bats are going, the pitching's been great so far this year, we're going to be hard to beat in the postseason. When you have this man right here on the mound, keep him healthy. If you get this man on the mound, you got Fried, you got Raylo. We saw what he could do last night. And for a number 4 starter, Charlie Morton's not half bad. And then, of course, they're going to add something at the deadline. I still expect them to add something in the realm of an outfielder in the very near future. But then I expect a much bigger move to happen at the deadline, because this team is too good to just sit pat and say, well, we got dealt a bad hand. Our ace is out for the season. Our best offensive player's out for the season. We just got to go ahead and throw our hands up and say we give up. That's not what Anthopoulos is going to do. So, and he's alluded to a couple of interviews recently. He's alluded to the fact that he's been working on some things. He obviously won't tip his hand, but I'm excited to see what it ends up happening in this. What do we have? About a 2-month stretch before the trade deadline, and I think we get at least 3 moves to add to this roster. We're going to get a pitcher. We're going to get at least 1, if not 2, outfielders. All right, let's go ahead and take a real quick break. We're going to give you the lineups, first pitch, and drop your name in the chat. Let us know where you're listening from, because it's about that time for roll call. We'll be back in a flash.
Like me, you can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park. It's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win. And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes, and the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right, down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-run lead. She's gone, baby.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball!
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing third base for the Oakland Athletics, it's Abraham Toro. 5 home runs, 20 RBI, 3 stolen bases, batting .288. Batting second, playing left, Miguel Andujar. 1 home run, 8 RBI, 1 stolen bases, batting .375. Batting third, the designated hitter, Brent Rooker. He has 11 home runs, 35 RBI, a .280 average, 2 stolen bases. Batting cleanup and behind the plate, former Atlanta Braves prospect Shea Langoliers. Langoliers is batting .211 with 12 home runs, 29 RBI, 2 stolen bases. In right and batting fifth, Daz Cameron. He is 3 for 16 on the season with 1 home run, 2 RBI. In center field, J.J. Bleday, a .248 average, 8 home runs, 22 RBI. Zach Geloff is batting seventh and playing second. 3 home runs, 11 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .179. Alamis Diaz is batting eighth and playing first. He's 0 for 8 on the year with 1 RBI. And Max Schumann is the shortstop and batting ninth. He has a .229 average with 3 home runs, 10 RBI, 3 stolen bases. On the mound for the Oakland A's, it's Aaron Brooks. Comes in 0-2 with a 3.63 ERA. 1.56 whip, 17 1/3 innings pitched, 9 strikeouts, 5 walks, 22 hits allowed, and 3 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with the conductor, Chris Sale. Sale is 8-1 with a shiny 2.12 ERA and a .85 whip. He's thrown 63 2/3 innings, 65 hits allowed, 78 strikeouts versus 9 walks and just 4 home runs served. Backing up Chris Sale in the bottom of the first inning and patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Michael Harris II. He comes in with a .256 average, 5 home runs, 18 RBI, 8 stolen bases. Batting second, playing third, Austin Riley, a .228 average with 3 home runs, 18 RBI. Batting third, the designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. He has 16 home runs, 49 RBI, a .310 average. Matt Olson batting cleanup and playing first. 8 home runs, 30 RBI, a .235 clip. Ozzie Albies is batting fifth and playing second with 3 home runs, 25 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .278. Batting sixth and behind the plate for your Atlanta Braves, it's Travis d'Arnaud. The TDA retirement plan has 5 home runs, a .260 average, 21 RBI. Adam Duvall is in right field and batting seventh. He has 5 home runs, 13 RBI, a .198 average. Jared Kelnick batting eighth and playing left. Kid Kelnick has 3 home runs, 12 RBI, a .260 average. Orlando Arce is batting ninth and manning short with 5 home runs, 20 RBI, a .234 clip. Calling balls and strikes, it'll be James Hoyme behind home plate. First base umpire, Rob Drake. DJ Rayburn will be manning second, and down the third base line, it's John Libka. Atlanta Braves come in 32-23, 9 games over 500, and 18-11 at home this year. Oakland is 23-36, 10-20 on the road. Your Atlanta Braves are minus 320 on the money line. The over-under is 7.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves A's Game 2 of a 3-game set. Atlanta looks to win the series behind Chris Sale today to hopefully set up a possible sweep on Sunday afternoon. Country Club members, we got the conductor emoji kicking in the chat. Warm up those chop hands in Braves country. Get your game face on. All aboard! Wow, wow! Chicka, 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 chicka. Wow, wow!
Get this bus moving. Stop. Come back. Too late.
Normal calls! Yeah, yeah, normal calls!
You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. Time for a little bit of roll call. Good evening to the Country Club members. First, we've got Red Rum, Charlie, Nathan Brooks, and I'm sure Goat's in there somewhere. I know he works nights and late nights on the weekend, so I'm sure he'll be here before too long. So we'll go ahead and say good afternoon to Goat. Good afternoon to Braves Country. We've got Anthony, Gary, Daniel, Underwater, John, Grandma King, Kenneth from Palatka, Don and Tony. If we missed anybody, just go ahead and chop it into the chat there, and we'll get you into the Country Club. Looking like dark skies, but I checked the radar right before we came on, and it didn't look like we were going to get hit with any kind of weather. We'll see what happens here. Atlanta Braves come in 9 games over 500, and it is Chris Sale Day. We've got the emoji in the chats. And been working on the Chris Sale train whistle Used to do that a long time ago for other things, and it took me a couple of days to recall how to do it, but I finally got it going. So you'll be hearing that today when Chris Sale strikes somebody out. Go ahead and give it a whirl on his first strikeout. Atlanta Braves are going to be wearing their home City Connects, whites top to bottom, the A on the front in blue and red. We got the blue ball caps with the white center, A in the middle, blue outlined in red with the blue bill. The Oakland A's will be wearing their classic gray uniforms with Oakland across the chest in green outlined in gold. Green ball caps with A's on the front outlined in gold, written in white. We are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Leading off today, it's going to be Toro, Andujar, and Rooker. And Rooker, if you caught the pregame show, you know that he was named one of the MLB.com's Player of the Month. He comes in with 11 home runs, so we'll keep an eye on him. The Braves have kept him somewhat quiet. And I remember when he came up a couple of years ago, he's an impressive young hitter. But I was shocked to see that he was on the MLB.com Team of the Month because they're talking about everyone in Major League Baseball. We are just about set. Abraham Toro digs in from the right side. Left-handed Sale comes set, and yes, sir, it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 95 miles an hour up top. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, rifled over to Arcia. The Vacuum's got it. L6 in your scorecard. One away. Hard hit ball, but right at Arcia. Didn't even hardly have to move, just lifted his glove. One batter, one out, 2 pitches into the game. That'll bring Miguel Andujar to the plate. He's batting .375 on the year, 943 OPS. First pitch on the way is a slider right there on the inner cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. You got to figure right now Chris Sale's on the short list for National League Cy Young Award. The 0-1 pitch, four-seam fastball, misses high, out of the zone, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lefty, righty, pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to short. Sliding play by Arcia. Throws it in the dirt. It ricochets in and out of Matt Olson's glove. Would have been a nifty 6-3 put out. A tough play. But they got one on and one out here in the first. See how they score that. Looks like they're going to give him a hit. I guess you could not realistically call that a routine play. I think if Arcia had to do it over, he would have taken his time. Andujar does not have the speed that some guys at the top of the order typically have. So one on, one out. Brent Rooker comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Outer edge, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Brent Rooker, 11 home runs, a .280 average, 905 OPS. The 0-1 to the designated hitter. Slider down and in. Did he go around? He did. 0-2. First base umpire Rob Drake rang him up. So an 0-2 count. Lefty righty. The pitch on the way from Chris Sale. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Chris Sale with his first strikeout of the day. All aboard! Whoa, whoa! So, 2 down. First pitch on the way to Shea Langoliers, the ex-Atlanta Brave prospect. Down and in for a strike, it's 0-1. Langoliers came over to Atlanta in the move that brought Sean Murphy from the Oakland A's. Remember, that was a 3-team trade that had Langoliers going to Oakland and Contreras going to Milwaukee. The 0-1 four-seam fastball, high and out of the zone, 1-1. So a 1-1. Sale comes set, the pitch. Swing and a miss out of the zone, 1-2. Wind is really starting to whip towards right field, towards the chop house. You got a 1-2 count, 2 outs. Top of the first inning, runner on first. The 1-2 from the conductor. Kicks and fires. Fastball, 96 miles an hour, missed just high. So that'll even up the count, 1-2. Or 2-2, excuse me. Langoliers, 12 home runs, 29 RBIs, 769 OPS. The 2-2 pitch. Swinging, that ball slapped into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Cutting it off is Duvall. He'll fire it into the infield. Andujar will go station to station. And there's 2 on, 2 out here in the top of the first. Good piece of hitting by Langoliers. Just didn't try to do too much with it. Took that fastball and slapped it to the outside edge. You do wonder if you're going to go with the hard stuff on the outside. I've always wondered about this, why they continue to, if you're going to do that, why be on the shift? First pitch on the way to the number 5 hitter, Cameron, is a slider right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. 79 mile an hour butterfly just floating in and grabbing the zone. The 0-1, lefty righty, pitch on the way. Slider down and in, 1-1. Braves and A's back at it tomorrow at 1:35, and then we get the day off and head to Boston, Fenway Park, to take on the Red Sox. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's chopped down the third base side. Foul and out of play, it's 1-2. A lot of day games. Will keep you updated on the out-of-town scoreboard throughout the afternoon. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's belted into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Up against the wall, 1 run will score. Up against the wall, here comes the throw to home plate. 2 runs will score, and it's 2-0 Oakland. Langoliers makes Sale pay on a hanger. Just 1 earned run on that. One of them is not earned. But it was a hanging slider. And Cameron strokes it into left center field. Langoliers and Rooker coming around, Andujar coming around to score. Good slide by Langoliers. He had to stick his left arm out as he went by the base. First pitch on the way is high and inside. Almost gets Blade. It's 1-0. On the pitch, Cameron moves up to third on the wild pitch. So Chris Sale on the ropes here. 2 across, 1 earned here in the top of the first inning. Lefty, lefty. The pitch on the way. Slider down and away. It's 2-0. So a 2-0 count. J.J. Bleday batting .248, 8 home runs, 22 RBI. The 2-0. Fastball just misses outside. Ball 3, 3-0. Chris Sale now up to 21 pitches. The 3-0 from Sale. Fastball right there on the outer edge. It's 3-1. 95 miles an hour. Standing on deck is Zach Geloff, the second baseman. The pitch right there at the knees. Taken for a strike. 4-seam fastball. 3-2. Bleday was trying to work his way aboard. He had already grabbed his bat and was ready to toss it towards the dugout. But that definitely hit the zone down and away. So a full count. Sale has worked it back to. The payoff pitch from Sale. Swing, and that ball's hit over towards first. Olson's got it. Flips it to Sale, covering the bag, and that'll end the inning. Not before Oakland takes a 2-0 lead. 1 earned, 1 unearned. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Pretty cool! Pretty cool! Woo!
An Irishman walks into a bar and he orders 7 tequilas and a pint of Guinness. As the barman is finishing pouring the Guinness, he brings it over to the man and he notices all 7 shots of tequila are gone. He says, "Wow, you've drank them fast." And the Irishman says, "You'd drink fast too if you knew what I had." And the barman says, "What?" He says, €2.
No! Beans don't go in chili. It ain't never... hot dog or using it as a topping, then no, beans... Did you say hot dog? Not never. In the history of foreverdom, is it okay? You're making beanie weenies. You're making pork and beans. Don't put beans in chili. It's not okay. Definitely not never. When it is the centerpiece of the meal. Not if you're putting beans in it. No. No. You not never. In Texas, you don't even count as a piece.
Did you say he doesn't count as a person because he learned to cook in Texas?
Yes.
Are you saying Texans don't count for cooking?
They got good barbecue. No, they don't.
Oh.
Did you just say Memphis style? Is it Carolina? Hell no. Then there's the abomination that is Alabama white sauce. They use mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Okay, first of all, ew. Second of all, it's not okay. Third of all, you put it on your barbecue. Texas is the Alabama white sauce of barbecue.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris. Takes it outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Oakland 2, Braves nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 1-0. Kicks and fires, swung on, chops it over to second, easy out. That's been Michael Harris all year long. 4-3 put out, 1 away. 1 down. Really not the guy you want leading off. I'm sure their analytics team tries to tell him that it is, but he's really been terrible at the plate. He'll get into one every once in a while, but you want a leadoff guy that's going to work the count, find a way to get on. First pitch on the way to Riley is a 4-seam fastball right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Riley batting .228. Righty, pitch, swing and a miss. Over the top, sinker, it's 0-2. Riley .228 with just a .648 OPS. He missed the 2 weeks, but still just 3 home runs on the year. The 0-2 to Austin Riley. Fastball misses high, 4-seamer, 1-2. You'll see a mix of mainly 4 pitches from Aaron Brooks. He throws a slider, a 4-seam is the 1-2, slider down and away, 2-2. Slider, 4-seam, and sinker are his 3 predominant pitchers, and he mixes in the change quite a bit. Every great once in a while, just 2% of the time he'll throw a curve. The 2-2, high and out of the zone, ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Riley. Standing on deck is Ozuna. Braves trail 2-0. Just getting going here in the bottom of the first inning. The payoff pitch, outside wide, ball 4. So a good at-bat by Austin Riley. He'll find his way down to first. 1 on, 1 out. The Big Zoo coming to the plate. One on, 1 out. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way is a drifting slider, belt high. Right there, first strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1. Sits, kicks, and fires. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a, ding-dong, a 2-run shot, a hanger, a banger, a mighty smack over the track, and your Atlanta Braves have tied it up 2-2 with 1 swat, 1 shot over the center field fence. His 17th homer of the year, 51st RBI, 423 happy feet over the center field wall. And just like that, the Big Zoo goes yard. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Olson batting .235, 748 OPS. By the way, that home run takes Ozuna's batting average to .314, his OPS to .109. The 0-1 swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Righty, lefty, the pitch. Swing, fouls it back. Do it again. His sinker and 4-seamer come in at about the same spot. Just a little movement to the right on the sinker. It's really more of a 2-seamer. He'll come in very low 90s. The 0-2 pitch. Slider in the dirt, 1-2. That slider, you'll see it range somewhere between 84 to 86 miles an hour. And then the curve drops into the low 80s. But like I said before, he very rarely uses that curve. The 1-2. Swing and pops it up. Back foul out of play. Slider, it's 1-2. When Sale is on the mound, you can look for him to lean heavily on the slider and the 4-seamer and sprinkle in the change and sinker, which is more of a 2-seamer every once in a while. The 1-2 swung on and dragged foul towards the first base dugout, 1-2. Braves 2, A's 2, bottom 1. The 1-2 offering, outside wide changeup misses, 2-2. The 2-2, Brooks brings it. 4-seam fastball well out of the zone, ball 3, 3-2. The 3-2. Brooks is going to step off the rubber for a second. I believe Olson is calling himself a timeout. The 3-2 pitch, swing and drags it over to first. Should be an easy play. 3-1 put out, 2 down. So 2 down. Two away, and Ozzie Albies comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is a slider well off the edge. Bad strike call by James Hoy. It's 0-1. About 3 inches off the plate, the 0-1. Changeup misses about that same spot. This time called a ball, 1-1. The 1-1 swing pops it up high in the sky down the left field line, giving chase. Making the catch is Andujar, and that'll end the inning. But not before Marcell Ozuna goes booyah over the center field wall, and the Braves tie it up 2-2.
So I went to the trampoline park with my nephews, and someone's little cooter goblin there got me sick, okay? Little kids just be, hapoo, hapoo, hapoo. And everywhere they got sticky booger-infested hands. I don't know how I didn't think that I was not going to get sick, but here we are.
Let's do this. Making your bed in the morning is pointless. I'd rather listen to people speak than listen to music. Concerts are a waste of money when you can just throw a party and play the song. Vanilla ice cream is the only ice cream you should eat. Colorado is better than New York. Vacationing from one big city to another just to see the sights is pointless, and you need to go soak up some nature for once. All food is breakfast food, and breakfast food is just food. Dating apps are not dating apps, they're cheating apps. Having a wedding outside of your hometown and making people travel is selfish. Brunch is a scam. Kids know their parents more than parents know their kids. If tomatoes are a fruit, then ketchup is jelly.
I fortunately have the objective perspective of a Yankee fan, and therefore I have come to understand Boston pain in a way, but it's different. There are kinds of pain. There's Chicago Cubs pain, which is never getting there at all. Boston Red Sox pain is very special. Boston Red Sox pain means getting to the very last inch again and again and again, and then missing it by that little hair. It's 1946 when Slaughter scores from first on a single. It's 1948 when there should have been a Subway Series here in Boston, but they lost a one-game playoff to Cleveland. It's the year of the impossible dream, 1967, when they get into the 7th game of the World Series and nobody could beat Bob Gibson, not Lon Borg, on 2 days' rest. It's 1975 when, after winning the greatest game in the history of baseball and Carlton Fisk's home run in the 12th, they blow it in the 7th game of the World Series. It's 1978 when Bucky Dent, of all people, hits a home run and wins the game for my guys in a single-game playoff. And it's 1986, quintessentially, of course, when the ball goes through Mr. Buckner's legs, though one shouldn't blame him because that was the end of a lot of disasters. It just goes on and on and on, the last inch and never consummation.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Chris Sale goes back to work. First pitch on the way. Swatted foul and out of play over the first base side. It's 0-1. Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate today. Sean Murphy getting the day off. The 0-1. Lefty righty. Sale comes set, kicks and fires. Fastball misses high, 1-1. You would think that would mean that Sean Murphy would get the start tomorrow afternoon, but they may go to Tromp. The 1-1. Right there at the knees, 1-2. Got to try to get him at bats from time to time. So it wouldn't shock me on these stretches where they play 6-7 days in a week that Trump works the Sunday game. The 1-2. Swing, and that ball's lifted into right field, drifting back on the track, almost getting the catch as Duvall just passes outstretched glove. He'll fire it into the infield, and it's a leadoff double for the Oakland A's. Zach Geloff got underneath that one. I think the wind had something to do with that one because he did not hit that very hard. It was on the end of the bat, and it kept carrying and carrying just past the glove. It actually skidded over the glove of Duvall's outstretched arm. Another quarter step, and it's a catch. That wind is whipping badly from left to right, and I think that might have just gotten Geloff that double. So that'll bring Aledmus Diaz to the plate, lefty-righty. First pitch on the way from Sale. Kicks and fires. Slider right there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Diaz, batting .229. The 0-1. Sale comes set. Lets her go. Swing and a miss. Slider over the top. It's 0-2. You got a 0-2 count. Schumann, the shortstop, stands on deck. The number 9 hitter. Toro in the hole. The 0-2 lets her go. Swing, and that ball's lifted into left field. Just in front of Jared Kelenic. They're going to have runners on the corners and nobody out. Kelenic, I thought he was going to get to it. It seemed like it just dropped in front of him. He was trying to deke the runner. He had his glove up, but just couldn't quite get there. So runners on the corners, nobody out. First pitch on the way from Sale. It's a 95-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone to Schumann. It's 1-0. So Chris Sale once again at a tough inning. The 1-0. Sale comes set, kicks and fires. Fastball right there at the zone. Inner cut, it's 1-1. Yeah, not much of a chance of rain today. But it appears that the wind is going to be an issue. The 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. There was a system that was moving into the area, but it's being pushed north of Atlanta. There's another system that's coming in. Very sporadic rain, but it's not expected till about 8 o'clock tonight. Hopefully that'll be well after the game has ended. The 2-1. Swing. Fest it back. Foul. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Runners on the corners. Nobody out. Braves defense is playing back. Looking to try to turn a double play. Willing to concede the run. The 2-2 from Sale. Lets her go. Swing, and that ball's hit on the ground. That ball's going to get through the infield, and it is a 3-2 lead for the Oakland A's. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Chris Sale struggling again here in the second inning. Slider hung up there. And Schumann was diving out over the plate. He was looking for that slider. That's going to bring Abraham Toro to the plate. Toro takes the first slider inside for a ball. It's 1-0. First and second, nobody out. Braves trail 3-2. Top of the second, the 1-0. Swing and chop foul down the line, 1-1. You got a 1-1 count. Sale at 38 pitches, nobody out here in the second inning. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to third. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen. They're going to say he was safe. I'd like to take another look at that. That looked very, very close. Thought they had the double play. It's very close. First base umpire Drake called him safe. He's out. I thought he was out. He is out. You would think they would challenge this. I don't think they're going to. Oh, they're saying Olsen's foot came off the bag? Okay, I wasn't looking at that. First pitch on the way Andahar is up and in for a ball. It's 1-0. I guess his back foot slid off the bag as Ozzy's throw was a bit off. He was being pushed out of the way by the slide, so he thrown off his back foot. And that cost us the second out. The 1-0's right there for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Sale. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's chopped foul. 1-2. So a 1-2 count. You could use a strikeout here. Pittsburgh leads Toronto 5-0 in the 6th. The 1-2 from Sale. Comes set. The pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. Giving chases Duvall. It's going to just bend out of play into the seats. We'll do it again. 1-2. See, we got a couple of new country club members. Welcome in. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball is belted into the gap. That's going to get down and over the fence. The Braves trail 6-2. Good Lord. Chris Sale is getting absolutely smoked. 412 feet over the wall. Miguel Andujar drills it over the gap, and it's a 4-run lead. Well, this is what you're expecting. But a long way to go in this one. The Braves have already gotten to their starting pitcher, so 6-2 your score. The first pitch on the way is a slider right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Chris Sale has thrown 45 pitches. The 0-1. Inside, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Sale lets her fly 95 miles an hour, 1-2. The day it's announced that he was the best pitcher in baseball for the month of May, Chris Sale's getting lit up by the worst team. The 1-2 caught, looking, strike 3. Fastball in the inner cut, 2 away. So 2 down. Chris Sale go to work on Langoliers, who's 1 for 1. The first pitch, swing and a miss. Strike at the top, it's 0-1. What you need for Sale to do here is just settle down and give the offense a chance to get back in this. Braves scored 2 in the first inning. The 0-1 right there for a strike, slider on the outer edge. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Langoliers calls his timeout. Does his best Nomar Garciaparra impression, adjusting his batting gloves. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. But not before the A's take the lead. We'll grab the bats. Darno, Duvall, and Kelnick coming to the plate.
Boy math is when he tells you he's 5 minutes away when actually he hasn't even left the house yet.
Okay, that time you mixed up boy math with urban math.
Dad, you have been wrong about everything.
What are you talking
Well,
about?
the girl I'm dating now, she admits when she's wrong, she tells me she's sorry, and she said she'll change for me.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Have you guys done anything? You seen her without clothes on?
No. Why?
Yeah. You're dating a man. Women don't do those things.
I'm on my way to my sister's house. Why? Because she's hosting, calls it a potluck, which I thought meant marijuana and gambling, but it doesn't. It means she's cheap and we have to bring all the damn food. My other sister is going to show up with these things that I hate, her children. And there'll be other relatives that I'm not eager to see. My Uncle Ray will be there. Ray has always been the world to me, round, gaseous, and polluted. My cousin Sheila will be there. Sheila likes to brag that she never got the COVID vaccine, she never got the booster, and she never got COVID, which is ironic because her nickname in high school was Super Spreader. Not looking forward to this.
In 1986, the Red Sox were in the World Series again, facing the New York Mets. It was the first time a team from Boston had played a team from New York in the series since 1912. When Fred Snodgrass's fielding error had given the championship to the Red Sox. The Red Sox took the first 2 games in New York, lost the next 2 in Boston, then won the 5th. They needed just one more win to clinch their first World Championship since 1918.
Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Thanks for hitting that like button. I'm manning the ship by myself today, so I forgot to put up the sign, but we'll go ahead and take down the sign ceremonially as the first pitch all the way to Travis Darnell. It's off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Jason, one of my producers, taking the day off. The 1-0 pitch. 92 up top, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch from Brooks. Down and in, 2-1. You got a 2-1. Brooks kicks and fires. Outside wide. Ball 3, 3-1. Travis d'Arnaud batting .260. Trying to get anything going here. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is laced up the middle. Making a diving stab as the shortstop. He'll leap to his feet. A 6-3 put out. Schumann to Diaz. 1 away. Ball was hit pretty hard on the screws, but a one-hopper. Good defensive play by Schumann. 1 down. First pitch on the way to Adam Duvall is a strike right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Slider outside wide. 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Swing! That ball's hammered down the left field line. Foul. Hit the screen just above the tarps. Down the left field side. A's lead at 6-2. Chris Sale's given up 6 runs, 7 hits, 3 strikeouts, 1 home run allowed. The 1-2 pitch, down and away, 2-2. Raises ERA from 2.12 to 2.88. Just off those 2 bad innings. So the 2-2 count. Swing, pops it up. High into center field, going back on the track, making the catch. At the back of the warning track is the center fielder, Blade. 2 down. I think Duvall thought that was going out. The wind pushing it to right, I think, had a lot to do with it staying in. Originally, there wasn't supposed to be much wind. the original forecast this morning, but it is definitely doing a number on the fly balls. First pitch to Kelenic is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Stiff winds heading towards the right field wall. The 0-1. Down and away, changeup, 1-1. The 1-1 to Kelenic. Swing and fouls it away. 86-mile-an-hour changeup way outside wide, 1-2. There's the GOAT. Good afternoon, GOAT. So a 1-2 count. Pitch on the way to Kelenic. Swing, and that ball is laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Braves got something cooking here in the bottom of the second inning. 1 on, 2 out. One on, 2 out, bottom of the second inning. Lando Arcia digs in. The first pitch on the way is a sinker down below the knees. It's 1-0. The Magic Kingdom batting .234 on the year, 5 home runs, 20 RBI, a .635 OPS. The 1-0. Slider top of the zone on the inner cut, 1-1. Good evening, Mr. Woodrow. See Jason joining the chat. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground to short. Schumann's got it, flips it to second, and it's a 6-4 put out to end the inning. Braves put one on, but can't do anything with it when we come back. Top of the third, bottom of the order for the Oakland A's.
My money don't jiggle jiggle, however my thighs and my belly do, so there's that.
You decided to walk to the park with the kids, something you've never done before.
I like to see where we are as a group, and I'll be honest, we had a good start, organized, even that surprised me.
And when did you first learn their legs were tired?
You know, I'm not a good judge of distance, but I can say we still could see the house.
Parent-teacher conference go well this week?
Yeah.
Is your kid eating the glue?
Just likes to use it as chapstick, which I think is better, but...
What's the overall feeling when crossing a fairly major intersection with 2 young children?
Fear.
And can you elaborate on that?
Look, I'll say this. Gentle parenting is off the table in that situation.
You really went after that Gatorade when you got home.
I packed 3 water bottles not knowing that my water bottle was to be a refill for theirs.
Did we see a bit of a limp out of the car?
Yeah, my legs fell asleep. 2 sessions I sat through, in a tiny chair at a tiny desk, with regular chairs in the rooms.
You ever had your heart broken so hard that you just enter your grandma era? I mean, like, I've always been in mine. This shirt makes me feel like I could do a puzzle or something.
If you find yourself having a bad day today, just remember this. There is somebody from your hometown still trying to be a rapper.
In Game 6 at Shea Stadium, the 2 teams fought through the 9th, with the score tied 3-3.
NBC had the World Series in 1986. It was my job to be in the Red Sox clubhouse after the 6th game. I went down at the end of the 8th inning. The score was tied, but I knew I had to be there quickly in case the game should suddenly end. So I watched the last couple of innings from the corner of the Red Sox dugout.
Aguilera brings it in to Henderson. Swinging a long one into left field. That ball might leave the park. It's a home run, and Boston leads here in the 10th inning.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch from Chris Sale is a high chopper over the mound. Ozzie Albies grabs it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout to begin the top of the third. Braves 2, Oakland 6, top of the third inning. First pitch on the way to Bleday is swung on, pops it up. High can of corn. Shallow right field. The first baseman, Olson, drifts back and makes the catch quickly 2 away. So 2 down, just what the doctor ordered. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Sale comes and brings the first pitch all the way in. 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Looked like it touched the top of the zone, didn't get the call. It's 1-0. In fact, even Geloff looked back and asked the umpire if that was a strike. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Slider it down and in. 2-0. Sale with just 3 strikeouts so far through 2 2/3. Sitting at 55 pitches. The 2-0. Slider. That one does grab the zone. 2-1. Mets in Arizona, they are tied at nothing apiece in the bottom of the second on Darryl Strawberry Day. The 2-1 pitch. Slider just misses outside. Ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. The pitch. Down and in. Ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Was hoping to get a really quick inning here, but instead walks Geloff, and that'll bring Diaz to the plate. The hats have arrived this afternoon at the office, getting them brought over today. First pitch on the way is swung on, swatted into the air. Making the catch is Duvall in right field, and that'll end the inning. So other than that walk, a pretty solid inning by Sale. We'll be back in the flash. Top of the order coming to the plate.
I'm mad. I have to go to work. I have to earn a living. I'd rather have a private income and get laid well and often.
Where do you men find the audacity? I was in Walmart, okay, and I was shopping, and this man comes up to me, and he said, your dress, it's giving butter churning vibes. But, okay, just because you add vibes at the end of something don't mean it's any less insulting.
Audited? Why? What are you talking about? I'm not scamming the government, if that's what you're saying.
Your license plate says scamming.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes.
When your girlfriend asks who you're talking to on the phone, tell her a hooker. Be a man.
What's that?
Eye cream.
From where?
From Paris.
How did you pay for it?
One of my credit cards is still working.
Oh, you're charging things to your credit card. I see. And how are you going to pay for it?
I don't think you understand. I already have it.
I watched Dave Henderson hit his home run, and the Red Sox tack on another run in the top of the 10th.
And look at this bench.
And with the score 5-3, I went back into their clubhouse. They had put the cellophane over each of the lockers in anticipation of the champagne spray. They had built the little podium from which to do the post-game interviews. The cameras and the cable and the microphones were all in place. The World Championship trophy was on a stand covered by a piece of cloth. Frail Mrs. Yawkey had been led in there, and she was standing next to the trophy, along with Commissioner Uberoth. And they were watching with me on a little monitor as the Mets came up to bat in the bottom of the 10th.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris II is down and in, almost gets him. It's 1-0. Brooks goes back to work, the 41st pitch of the day. The 1-0 swung on. That ball is swatted into left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Michael Harris II is booking around first, and he is almost out. What was he doing? Running around the bag, kind of Cadillac and half-assing it, and he was almost tagged out at second. very fortunate to get in there. Should have slid. I mean, he was literally just Cadillacing it. Barely got in there in time. So nonetheless, 1 on, 1 out. Cabbage Head is safe, and we'll take it. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is a slider off the edge for a strike. Looked like it missed the zone, but it's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty. Pitch on the way. Inside almost gets him 1-1. You know, just because Acuna goes on the shelf doesn't mean we need someone to take his place for lackadaisical base running. So a 1-1 count. Righty. Ozuna on deck to pitch. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to second. It'll move the runner over. 4-3 put out. Harris goes to third. And you don't hate the productive out. It sets Harris up into scoring position, but at the same token, you kind of need more than just chipping away 1 run here, 1 run there when you're down 6-2. But we'll take what we can get right now. Just put some pressure on the Oakland A's. Braves trail 6-2. Ozuna with the 2-run home run the first time up. The first pitch, swing, and chops that foul. I think it might have got a piece of his foot. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Marcell Ozuna batting .314 with 17 home runs, 51 RBI. Set up the pitch, swing and a miss over the top, changeup. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Harris stands at third, 1 away. The 0-2 to Ozuna. Down and away, 1-2. Tried to get him to chase that slider off the edge. Ozuna looking right now to try to shorten up that swing a little bit. Just get something on it. You'll get an RBI. The 1-2. Infield back, the pitch. Down and in, sinker. Good take, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Standing on deck is Olsen. Ozzie in the hole. Pitch on the way to Ozuna. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to third. That will get the run home. It'll be another RBI for Marcell Ozuna. The lead is cut to 6-3. So not what you necessarily had in mind when you got the lead off double, but we'll take the run. Continue to put pressure on the Oakland pitcher, as he'll have to face Matt Olson. 2 outs, nobody on. The first pitch is a knuckle curve off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Roxanne fires. Down off the plate. Low strike. 1-1. Brooks comes set, 52nd of the day. The pitch. Slider grabs the outer edge, 1-2. Ozzie Albies on deck. Darnode in the hole. But Olson's got to find his way on. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck out. My God, that ball was nowhere near the zone. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves cut the lead to 3. 6-3 here in Atlanta.
Give me a phrase that somebody born after the year 2000 wouldn't understand.
Is it in the white pages or yellow pages?
You gotta put it on channel 3.
Please don't text me. It costs me a dime every time.
Really took me off her top 8. Like, after everything we've been through, she's just gonna remove me from her top 8. Like we weren't ever friends. Like,
get off the internet. I need to call your grandmother.
Smoking or non-smoking?
What time is the movie? I don't know. Let's call and ask.
Oh no! If it's not working, you just got to blow on it, right? Yeah, no. Pull it out, turn it upside down, and then just jam it back in there. That'll work.
The Cowboys are headed to the Super Bowl.
Can't really think of a phrase, but I can think of a noise.
Armchair.
Boston reliever Calvin Schiraldi needed just 3 outs to win the game. Veteran first baseman Bill Buckner, hobbled by leg injuries all year, was often replaced in late innings with a younger player. This time, manager John McNamara kept him in the game.
And the Mets are down to their last out.
I remember I was standing there thinking to myself, this is going to be the first ever interview in the wake of a Red Sox championship. There was no radio in 1918. There was no television, obviously. This is the first recorded moment after the Red Sox have won a world championship. So I'm thinking, how should that be summed up? What do you say to Mrs. Yawkey? What do you say to McNamara? What do you say to Boggs and Rice and Seaver and whomever else?
And Roger Clemens hoping for that last out. Lined into left field, base hit for Carter, and the Mets are still alive.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Sale is going to get down in left field and out in front of Kelnick. Another one that dies right in front of Kelnick, and it's a leadoff single for Schumann. Second time today he misjudged the ball coming to him, then had to stop it from getting behind him. So 1 on, nobody out. Toro, the leadoff hitter, back to the top of the order, stands in. First pitch on the way is a bunt. Sale's got it. He's got Toro hung up between midway through first and home plate, so he'll just toss it to Olsen. 1 away. So that'll be a sacrifice bunt, I would think. Runner moves from second to first in scoring position, 1 away. That knuckle curve, John was asking about it, it goes down more of like a 1-7 as opposed to your traditional 12-6 or 2-8 motion. So it's a sharp dipping curve as the first pitch on the way to Andujar. Floats a changeup in there for a strike. It's 0-1. And usually the knuckle curve, what you're trying to do with it is usually a very tightly spun ball that has quick dipping action. It doesn't come in slow like the traditional curveball. The 0-1 swung on, foul back out of play at 0-2. I think what confuses people is that because of the name knuckle curve, you're thinking knuckleball, but it's not a knuckleball. The knuckle just tends to be showing as you're doing almost a split grip with it. So an 0-2 count. Sale brings it. Slider down and in, 1-2. Almost gets Andujar. Andujar, 2 for 2 with a single and a 3-run home run. Now batting .423 on the season. Braves 3, Oakland 6. The 1-2. Down and away, 2-2. Christian Walker just hit a grand slam for the Arizona Diamondbacks. They lead the Mets 4-0 in the third. I wonder if they'll put that Strawberry up, that home run Strawberry, for his home run. The 2-2. Swung on, and that ball's dribbled over to second. Ozzy's going to have to hurry. Back, scoops it, flips it up with his glove. A great stab by Olson will put a 4-3 putout, 2 away. He barely beat the runner coming in. He might have had time to transfer it to his hand. Almost overthrew Olson. If he overthrows Olson, that's going to be a run. Olson's foot barely gets back on the base after he had to leap to the stars to keep it from going over his head. So 2 down. Rooker comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2. The first pitch on the way, 95 right there on the inner cut. Should have been a strike, but another blown call by James Hoy. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires, swung on, and that ball's belted deep. It's gone. Chris Sale's getting pounded here today. It's 8-3, a 2-run home run, another hanging pitch right in his wheelhouse. And Rooker, who we mentioned is on the MLB top players for the month of May, adds to his home run total. Pitch was down and in, and he did not miss it. Langoliers comes to the plate. He takes a swing at the first pitch and fouls it towards first base dugout. It's 0-1. Jimmy's warming up in the bullpen. Chris Sale not long for this game. It doesn't look like the 0-1. Curveball swung on, fouled back. It's 0-2. I mean, if he doesn't have it, I say go ahead and get him out of there and get him ready for the next start. We do have a day off on Monday, so you can rest the pen on Monday. You got an 0-2 count. The pitch. Fastball caught, looking strike 3. So Chris Sale gets his 4th strikeout, but he's given up 8 runs. We'll be back in a flash. Ozzy Albies leads us off.
Say what you want, but I'm a blue-collar queen through and through, y'all. Through and through. Serving mashed potatoes 1 plate at a time. Someone had to step to the front lines and do it. That was me. That was me.
Y'all, my wife asked me how I managed to stay with her for 16 years. I told her she got enough personalities to keep me occupied for another 20.
That's it. I'm elevating us to threat level yellow. It's time.
Yellow?
Yeah, it's time.
What were we before?
Orange, of course.
Orange is much more threatening than yellow.
No, that's an old system that doesn't work anymore. Clearly, yellow is more threatening than orange.
Red. Orange, red.
This is yellow.
Red, red.
Yes, is that more threatening?
Yellow, orange, red. It's backwards going to yellow.
Wow. Color fight.
And now suddenly with 2 out in the 10th inning, the tying runs are aboard, and Ray Knight will be the batter. And that's going to be hit into center field, base hit. Here comes Carter to score, and the tying run is at third in Kevin Mitchell. And John McNamara goes to the mound. Said he wants Bob Stanley to pitch to Mookie Wilson.
And I remember I said to the people in the truck, what happens if they tie the game? And they said, you get the hell out of there as fast as you possibly can.
2 out in the 10th, 5-4 Red Sox, 2-2 to Mookie Wilson. And it's going to go to the backstop. Here comes Mitchell to score the tying run. Oh, brother. So the winning run is at second base with 2 out, 3-2 to Mookie Wilson. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
It was surreal. At this point, the cellophane comes off. They start backing the cameras out, and I'm watching over my shoulder as Wilson hits the ground ball through Buckner's legs. You have never seen so much equipment and so many people disappear from one place so fast. Before the Red Sox could come out of the visitors' dugout and down the tunnel and into the room, all traces of the preparation for a championship had been removed.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. You know, one of the things I wonder, so they're concerned with getting Lopez extra days off, and I get that. But is the first pitch on the way? Ozzie Albies off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Wonder if a veteran like Sale is just so used to being in a routine that an extra day off of rest gives rust. The 1-0 pitch swung on, lifted high into right center field. Going back on the track, making the catch is Blade. Deep fly ball, but it's one away. Not trying to come up with an excuse for Sale, but you do wonder. It's the old argument of rest versus rust. One down, Travis Darnode comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Darnode is a slider outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty, pitch on the way. Swing and a miss over the top. 1-1. Travis Darnode 0 for 1. Ground out in the second was a hard hit ball. The 1-1. High and inside almost gets Travis. Tight shave. He had to spin around to stay out of the way. Almost got him in the arm. So a 2-1 count. Atlanta Braves trail by 5 here in the bottom of 4. Still a long way to go, but you'd like to see them start scratching away. The 2-1. Swing and a miss. Chase that four seam out of the zone. 2-2. The 2-2. Kicks and fires. Swung on and chopped over towards first. It's going to be a 3-1 put out. Diaz to Brooks, 2 down. What's on the horizon for the Atlanta Braves? Tomorrow, 1:35 start. That's Charlie Morton. And Tuesday, off Monday, Tuesday, we're in Boston. First pitch on the way to Duvall is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Take on the Boston Red Sox. 7:10 first pitch, and they have made a change to the schedule. If you looked at the beginning of the year, it has changed. The 1-0 swung on, pops it up high and deep into right field. Going back on the very back of the warning track, making the catch is Cameron, and that'll end the inning. Duvall gave another one a ride, but dies at the very back of the track. We'll be back in a flash.
Am I the only person that feels like they're being held hostage driving behind a school bus? Because, like, why, bro? I'm not following you to the school. Why are you holding me hostage back here? I can't even go around you because you got the big blinky stop signs, bro. Why? And, like, I get it. You got to pick up the crotch goblins, but, like, after this group, can you please pull to the side of the road and let the 9,342 cars that have accumulated over the last 3 bus stops pass you? They will literally burn rubber passing you. And seriously. And I know you're thinking, what about the kids? Let them walk. You know what I mean? It'll probably do the kids some good, though. You burn off some of that excess energy and probably act right in school. Who knows? Either way, it's a win-win. You get no buses on the routes and kids act better.
If one picture is worth 1,000 words, you have seen about 1,000,000 words. But more than that, you have seen an absolutely bizarre finish to Game 6 of the 1986 World Series. The Mets are not only alive, they are well, and they will play the Red Sox in Game 7 tomorrow.
2 days later, the Mets won the championship 8-5.
I wouldn't even watch the 7th game. I knew it was over, and it didn't even matter to me. Even if they'd won, somehow they had lost in '86. And my kids, however, who were then 7 and 8 years old, were big fans, and they were incomprehensible that I wasn't watching the game. So they, of course, were watching it, and I let them call into me only when the Red Sox were winning. Then, of course, by the 6th inning, when the Mets caught up, they were tied and losing, and so I didn't hear any more of it until the end. When they came in to tell me that the Red Sox had lost, I surprisingly started crying. I didn't expect to, because I thought I was preventing myself from caring about it. And these little kids said to me, Mom, it's all right. They'll win next year. And I remember thinking, oh my God, these kids don't know yet that they haven't won since 1918, and I can't tell them that. And I had this terrible feeling of wisdom that I did not want to impart to the kids.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jimmy Herr gets on coming in, and the first pitch on the way from Jimmy H is swung on and smoked into center field. It's a leadoff single from Cameron here in the top of the fifth. So the day is done for Chris Sale. Sale, 4 innings, 9 hits, 8 earned runs, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, 2 home runs. Righty-lefty now. As Blade stands in, the first pitch on the way, swung on, pops it up, high in the sky, coming in, making the catch is Harris, 1 away. You'd hope that Jimmy H would come in and possibly spell 2, maybe even 3 innings. Jimmy now to face off with Geloff. Geloff, 1 for 1. Jimmy turns around and flips it over to first to keep the runner close by. First pitch on the way from Jimmy to Geloff is down and in for a ball. Sinker, 1-0. Talked about this before, but those sinkers that they put up there on the screen, they're really two-seamers. It's become in vogue to call your two-seamer a sinker, the 1-0. Runner goes, throw on the way from Travis. That pitch is stolen. That base is stolen by Cameron. A decent jump. I wouldn't call that a great jump, but folks are running on Travis quite a bit. That's a pretty close throw. Curious if he got him on the belt before he actually touched the base. You'd need a better camera angle than the ones they're showing. Every camera angle they're showing on the replay is worse than the first one. They're like, why don't you show us one from the rafters? So the 1-1 pitch, sinker outside wide, 2-1. Good time to hit the out-of-town scoreboard. Pittsburgh leads Toronto 2-1. They're in the 6-1. Excuse me. They are in the 8th inning in Toronto. 5-5, Tampa and Baltimore. They are just finishing up the 3rd inning. I believe that was Kyle Bradish on the mound for Baltimore. This is a bad day for elite starting pitchers. The 2-2. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn over by home plate. Olsen comes over to make the catch, 2 away. Runner at second will stay there. So 2 down. Boston and Detroit, they are in the 5th. The Red Sox lead the Tigers 3-1. First pitch on the way from Jimmy H to Diaz is a sinker right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Diaz 1 for 2 with a single and a run scored. The 0-1. Off the plate wide, 1-1. Cleveland and Washington, they are 3-2 in the 5th. The 1-1 pitch from Jimmy. Kicks and fires. Swing, pops that one up. Will that stay in play? It should. Making the catch is Olsen. That'll end the inning. So a scoreless inning will set the Braves up to bring Kelnick, Arcia, and the top of the order in the bottom of the 5th.
The fact that there is a term for domestic housewife implies that there is...
I'm not feral, okay?
The Minnesota Twins have a lot of fans, but it would be their biggest fan that would propel them to World Series victories in 1987 and 1991. Dick Erickson worked at the Metrodome from 1982 until he retired in 1995. In 2003, he admitted that he adjusted the ventilation system during the late inning of close games in an attempt to get baseballs to carry farther when the Twins were up to the plate. And that's not all. He also claimed the fans behind home plate were turned on when the Twins were on offense. So when did one of these incidents occur? Look no further than the 11th inning of Game 6 of the 1991 World Series. Kirby Puckett is up at the plate with the fans blowing out. Next thing you know, we're headed to Game 7. And don't think that other teams weren't suspicious. One manager went as far as to say there was a breeze blowing out when they were on defense and a breeze blowing in when they were on offense. In the 13 years he was employed by the Twins, they only had a losing record at home 3 times. Even crazier, the Twins were 8-0 at home and 0-6 on the road during their 2 World Series appearances in 1987 and 1991. So do you think the Twins were aided by the air conditioning and the fans during their 2 World Series runs? Or do you think the former superintendent was blowing things out of proportion?
It occurred to me that it was 11 years ago today. My buddy Jim came running out, hollering, "It's a boy, it's a boy." Tears running down his face. That's the last time we went to Thailand.
The moments of great personal failure or humiliation in baseball, Merkel's boner, Snodgrass's muff, Branca's pitch to Bobby Thompson, we all lose in our lives. We are fortunate enough not to have to lose in front of national television audiences. But inevitably, within a few years, there's a rehabilitation, and you feel sorry for him. Bill Buckner right now, people in Boston say, good old Bill, he did his best. They would have killed him that day. Well, it's nice that we're forgiving in that fashion.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way. It's way outside wide. To Kelenic, it's 1-0. The 1-0, swing and a miss, 92 right down the pipe. Brooks bringing it, 1-1. Baltimore now 7-5 over Tampa. That game is in the third. The 1-1, high and out of the zone, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. The pitch. Misses well outside the zone, nowhere near it. Called for a strike. I mean, you got to be kidding me on that one. The 2-2. Swing, pops it up. It's going to be an easy catch into center field. One away. It's one of those ones, if you're Kelenic, man, it got to be so hard not to turn around and just give the ump the what for. That was a terrible call. Completely changed the at-bat. Went from 3-1 to 2-2. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia. It's off the plate wide. Did he go around? He did not. 1-0. The 1-0. Down and away. Nowhere near the zone. Called for a strike. Starting to think old James Hoy's on the take. It's 1-1. So a 1-1 count. The pitch. Down and away. Did he go around? This time he did. 1-2. You got a 1-2 count. Brooks comes set, his 71st pitch of the afternoon. Outside, down and away, 2-2. Braves and A's go back at it tomorrow at 1:35. Charlie Morton will be on the mound. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's rifled up the middle. It barely misses the pitcher's skull. Then is smoked past the glove of Geloff, and it's a scalding single by Orlando Arcia to get us going here in the bottom of the fifth. So a hard hit ball may get things going here for the Braves. The first pitch on the way to Harris is a sinker at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Righty lefty. Standing on deck is Riley. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Over the top, knuckle curve, 0-2. You got an 0-2 count, kicks and fires, swing, and that ball is laced into right field. That's going to get down where the green grass grows. That's at least going to be 2 bases for Harris. They're going to have to hold up Arcia. What the hell was Arcia doing? He got to third and started waving Harris around. Buddy, you got to score first. What is he doing? We thought he had to wave Arcia around. I mean, wave Harris around. He's waving his arm as he's stopping at third. Harris can't go any further, you tortoise. All right, runners on second and third, 1 out. They're going to go out there and talk to him real quick. Give Brooks a chance to get settled back. Well, they do that. It's about that time to start turning back time. On this date in 1941, New York right fielder Mel Ott's 400th home run and 1,500th career run helps beat Cincinnati at the Polo Grounds Giants 3-2 over the Reds. Master Melvin, as Mel Ott was called, will finish his 22 career with the Giants, hitting 511 home runs, the third most in Major League history at the time. That was in 1941. Austin Riley comes to the plate. He takes a swing at the first pitch he sees and bangs it foul down the third base side. It's 0-1. Second and third, 1 out. Braves trail 8-3. Still a long way to go in this one. The 0-1 from Brooks. Swing, and that ball's chopped over to third. Deep in the hole, that's going to score a run. And it's a wild throw! That ball goes into the dugout, and that's going to be 2 runs. 8-5 your score. And Riley will be standing on second. They had to explain it to Harris. He didn't want to get called out, so they bring him on home. Riley will get an RBI on that. No RBI on the error. Austin Riley put the ball in play. You never know what may happen. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Misses high. It's 1-0. Braves have cut the lead 8-5. Bottom of the fifth. Trailing by 3. Riley stands at second. The 1-0 to Zoo. Swing, and that ball smoked into left field. That's down for a base hit. They're going to send Riley. He's coming home. He's coming home. He is safe. And your Atlanta Braves 6. Oakland Athletics 8. We ain't done yet, baby. Truce is rocking on a Saturday afternoon. And the Braves offense waking up the Big Zoo with 4 RBI. We're only halfway there. So Zuna will be standing in on first base with 1 out. Brooks is gone. They're going to go grab the bullpen. We're going to see if we can tie this sucker up. The tying run in the form of Matt Olson stands at home.
All right, Carter, you got 25-87.
Not for long. I make bad financial decisions.
I saw a post on Facebook just now that said, go laugh in the places that you've cried. So I'm sitting here in the parking lot of a Shell station, and I'm realizing that life may be chewing me up and me out, but I am built like a piece of corn, and I will persevere.
I'm 36 years old, I've got flabby arm and pelican neck, and all my house plants are dead and no one loves me. But what difference does that make anyway? Because everything in my life sucks.
In 1985, Carlton Fisk, still one of the premier catchers in the game, became a free agent. He strangely received only one offer and eventually re-signed with Chicago. In 1987, Andre Dawson, the Montreal Expos star slugger, tried free agency too. No one wanted him. Jack Morris, the winningest pitcher in baseball during the 80s, filed for free agency that same year. He received no offers and was forced to re-sign with the Tigers.
The owners got together in 1985 and decided to form a conspiracy under which they would break the free agent market by agreeing that no team would ever make an offer to a free agent. It was in violation of their contractual commitment. All 26 owners had signed a contract which said no club shall act in concert with any other club with respect to free agents. And they formed a conspiracy, and it included all 26 owners, general managers, club officials, 3 league presidents.
Welcome back, TJ McFarland. The left-hander comes in, throws a sinker right there at the knees. Matt Olson, lefty-lefty matchup. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. The 9th home run of the year of the Ice House, baby. And we got ourselves a tie game in Hotlanta. A hanger, a banger, ding-dong, that pitch is dead. 378 happy feet towards the chop house. 96 miles an hour off the bat of the Ice House. And it's 8-8. Crazy 8s in Atlanta. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is a swing and a miss. Strike over the top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires inside. Sinker misses. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Swing. Chops it foul down the third base side. 1-2. Like we were saying in the pregame show, we're a hard team to beat when Corsel's on the mound. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ozzie Albies fooled by that sweeper, 2 away. 2 down, and that'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. d'Arnaud 0 for 2 on the day, but he's hit a couple of hard balls. d'Arnaud batting .256 with a .797 OPS. The first pitch off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Down below the knees. Ball 2-0. d'Arnaud standing in with 5 home runs, 21 RBI. The 2-0. Swing and lifts it down the right field line, but fouling out of play. 2-1. On deck is Duval. Kelnick is in the hole. Braves have come back to tie this one up 8-8. The 2-1 pitch down below the knees. 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Go ahead run standing at home plate. The pitch. Swung on and chopped foul down the third base side. It's 3-2. Still 3-2 in Cleveland in the 6th inning. 3-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it away. Tried to sneak that sweeper in. So a full count. Braves have come back to tie this one up, scoring 5 in the 5th, trailing 8-3. The 3-2, inside ball 4. Travis d'Arnaud will skip on down to first. 2 outs, 1 on. And Adam Duvall will come to the plate. He's hit a couple of balls really far. Just couldn't quite get out. Overcast day here in Atlanta, high temperatures. First pitch to Duvall is a sweeper right there in for a strike. It's 0-1. Lefty-righty matchup. Kelenic stands on deck. Arcia in the hole. The 0-1 to Duvall. Lets her go. Way outside wide, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. McFarland comes set the pitch. Inside, ball gets away. d'Arnaud will be able to run on down to second base. He's in scoring position as the go-ahead run, and we got a 2-1 count on Duvall. So how about that? In the blink of an eye, this game is turned on a dime. Braves trailed 8-3 just moments ago. And a couple of really big hits have just tied the game up. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground. It's going to get through to left field. d'Arnaud coming around third. They're going to send him. Here comes the throw. He is safe. They've got Duvall caught in a rundown, but Duvall, though he's going to be hung up and tagged on the wallet, stayed hung up long enough for your Atlanta Braves to take the lead, baby. It's 9-8. Don't go anywhere.
It's just a long string of very bad luck. And I don't know what kind of carnage I inflicted in a past life to deserve it. I must have been Dracula or a spin instructor.
They make jokes about you drinking, like I make jokes about Ed. Can I?
That's may I.
May, excuse me.
You were dangling a participle, and I just wondered.
Well, I'll wear a long coat and nobody will notice it.
So you mean to tell me that I'm nobody's TikTok crush? Whatever, I don't care.
Hey, Braves country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Over a period of 3 years, 1985, 6, and 7, and possibly into 1988, they managed to have a airtight conspiracy.
The union took the case to arbitrators, and after thousands of hours of testimony, Major League Baseball was found guilty of collusion. The conspiracy was broken, and the owners had to pay the players $280 million in lost wages.
Braves Country Radio, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves will come storming back if you stepped away for a second. Atlanta leads at 9-8 as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Real quick recap. Atlanta fell down 8-3 after a terrible outing by Chris Sale as the first pitch on the way from Jimmy H as he stays in the game. The 1-0 grabs the inside cut. It's 1-1. And they have just tossed out Home plate umpire James Hoy just tossed out the Athletics manager, Mark Kotze. I believe he was arguing balls and strikes. I'm not 100% sure what was going on there. Now he's going to go out there and give him the what for. And it's kind of funny. We have had terrible umpiring all day long, but it wasn't until Mark Kotze's team started losing that he started paying attention. Mark Kotze, ex-Major League outfielder. He was actually in an Atlanta Brave for a little bit. As he has been tossed, they have yet to show the replay of what he did. I'm watching the Oakland feed. It had to have been something he just yelled out, so I doubt it's going to be anything we're going to be able to see. So 1-1 count. Jimmy H goes back to work. Number 64 lets her fly. The 1-1 right there for a strike on the intercut. It's 1-2. So with that being said, I would say it probably is going to go to Darren Bush to run the team, the bench coach. The 1-2. Off the plate wide. Curveball misses. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Braves lead this one 9-8. The 2-2 on the way. Down below the knees. 3-2. Trying to get him to chase that bender off the edge. 8 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for Oakland. 9-9-0 for the Braves. The payoff pitch. Swing, and that ball's dribbled up the middle. Diving stop by Arcia. It's off his glove. That'll be an infield single. And the A's have put the tying run aboard here in the top of the 6th. Get you caught up on how we got here. A's scored 2 runs in the top of the 1st to make it 2-0. A Marcell Ozuna home run to deep center field tied it up in the bottom of the 1st. First pitch on the way from Jimmy to Toro is high and out of the zone. Righty-lefty matchup, it's 1-0. Oakland would go on and score 3 more times in the top of the 2nd to make it 6-3. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. Change up down and away, 1-1. 6-2 is your score when Marcell Ozuna grounded out to third, bringing home Harris to make it 6-3. The 1-1 pitch swung on, chopped in front of the plate. Is that a fair ball? They're going to say it is not. It was a foul ball. Well, something's going on here. What are they calling? Oh, he's calling him, it's a strikeout. The runner came off the base. And they're going to say that he got back. His arm came off the base, but he got back just in time before Arcia could tag him out. So that will retire Toro on a strikeout. Runner at second, 1 out, and Andujar takes the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. I apologize. I thought he was saying that he had tapped it foul. If you tapped it foul, you can't be stealing second. The 0-1 swung on, comebacker off the glove of Jimmy, and that's going to be another infield single. Hard hit ball back to the pitcher. And they've got runners on the corners, 1 out. After Rooker hit that 2-run home run to make it 8-3, all the scoring happened for the Braves in the 5th inning. Riley reached on an infield single. Arcia scored on the error, and Harris scored on the error as well. Riley went to second. Ozuna singled, scoring Riley. Then Olsen hit a 2-run home run. Looks like they're going to take Jimmy out of the game. I don't know if they're going to claim that this is an injury or if it was just enough is enough. But regardless, we're going to get a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Can't wait to hear future generations give their children advice like, son, if something sounds too Gucci to be trill, it's probably cap. Dead ass.
I'm resilient. I'm strong. I'm powerful. I have head trauma. We're good.
Ever thought of getting a partner again? Oh, no, no. No, I tried Linda Lovelace, but she said she had it up to here.
I didn't know that.
She didn't want to be with me.
She just got divorced this week. Did you know that?
Oh, I want to wish her or whoever gets her a lot of luck.
Inside smells like up, dog.
Inside smells like up, dog?
Yeah.
What's up, dog?
Not much.
What's...
Most people have not fully understood what that collusive effort meant. That it was an agreement not to improve your team. It was an agreement that no matter how important these free agents are, superstars available to improve your team, to fill in holes on a team that could otherwise be a pennant contender, it was an agreement you will not, under any circumstances, make an offer to a free agent no matter how good he is. And that is really a conspiracy to fix the pennant race. And I think that in terms of scandalous proportions, that collusive conspiracy really was far worse than what is generally conceded to be the worst scandal, the Black Sox scandal, involving 8 players. This involved all 26 owners and all their officials, and not for one series, but for 3 consecutive and possibly 4 years.
Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Pierce Johnson will come into the game. Runners on the corners. 1 out. Braves lead by 1 here in the top of the 6th. The first pitch on the way is a swing and a miss strike to Rooker. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Pierce lifts the red glove and lets her go. Curveball outside wide, 1-1. I think Brian's asking why they pulled Sale so quickly. What? He was getting killed. So 1-1 count. The pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Runners on the corners, 1 out. A double play would get you out of this. Considering where they started from last inning, I think they'd be okay with letting them tie it up and get out of the inning with the runners on the corners. This jam, but a strikeout would be huge. The 1-2 swing and pops it up high and deep into right field, going back on the track, off the wall. Poorly played by Duvall. It goes off his ankle, rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls and rolls. Here comes the runner coming home, and it's going to be late, and the A's have taken a 10-9 lead. Poorly played ball by Duvall. The ball was going up against the wall, and he was standing right there at the wall when it came down. He obviously needed to give the ball some room. Play it off the hop. And if he plays it off the hop, the second run would not have scored. So runner on third, 1 out, and the Braves now trail 10-9. Braves infield is now in, trying to keep that 11th run off the board. The 0-1, fastball right down the pipe, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-2. If you're just joining us and you're wanting to know why Sale is no longer in the game, he was getting killed. He'd given up 8 runs, 9 hits in 4 innings. He just didn't have it today. All of his pitches were hanging out over the plate. Sometimes you just got to go get the pitcher. So an 0-2 count. Pitch on the way from Johnson. Fastball caught, looking, strike 3. Froze the batter on the outer edge, 2 away. You might have missed it earlier in the week. Ramon Laureano, who used to be in Oakland A, was signed by the Braves to a minor league deal. He's an outfielder, really strong arm, good base runner, not much of a stick. At one point, he was being looked upon as one of the next great prospects, and then he got busted for PEDs several years ago, and he never really has bounced back. First pitch on the way to Cameron is right there for a strike on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to short. Arcia's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to end the inning. Oakland grabs the lead, but it could be worse. The Braves were once down 8-3. It's 10-9. We head to the bottom of the 6th.
I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. As soon as my direct deposit hit, my taste buds be allergic to everything that's in my refrigerator.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
So I wanted to tell y'all this because I thought it was comical, so I was wanting to see if somebody else thought it was funny. My child come home and was like, Mom, you want to see all my Valentines? I was like, yeah, cool, bring them to me. So, of course, they were just normal Valentines, but one of them had actual, kids writing on it, and it was a decent little amount of writing. So I read it, and I was like, did this little girl leave this note for anybody else, or was it just for you? He was like, no, I was the only one that got that note. It says, Happy Valentine's Day to the person who has seen the best and the worst of me and didn't run away screaming. So, mind you, my child is about to turn 10. So these are 4th graders. What does she mean by that? He said, I don't know, Mama. She just sits there and stares at me all day. I was like, well, have you told her to stop? He was like, many of times.
In the 1988 World Series, the Los Angeles Dodgers were the decided underdogs against a resurgent Oakland Athletics. The Dodgers' best hitter, Kirk Gibson, was injured and not expected to play. In the first game, in the bottom of the 9th, with 2 outs and 1 man on, and Oakland leading 4-3, their ace reliever Dennis Eckersley on the mound, Dodger manager Tommy Lasorda called to the clubhouse to see if Gibson could possibly pinch hit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Jared Kelenic from Laughlin. The left-hander is well below the zone, called for a low strike. Another bad call by James Hoy. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lefty. Pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball swatted foul and out of play. 0-2. Laughlin has thrown just 3 innings this season, has yet to give up a run, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, chopped foul off the home plate. We'll do it again. So an 0-2 count. Braves trail 10-9, bottom of the 6th inning. The pitch in the dirt, 1-2. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Kelenic 1 for 2 with a single in the second. Trying to find any way to get on. He represents the tying run. Standing on deck is Harris. Arcia. The 2-2. Swing, and that ball's popped up foul. Well out of play. Third base side into the upper deck. We'll do it again. Laughlin comes set. The southpaw kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's chopped over towards first, and that's going to get through the hole. A seeing eye single will make its way into right field, and your Atlanta Braves have the tying run on. Nobody out. Number 9 hitter Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. Orlando stands in, lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Arcia, who's 1 for 2, is swung on and pops it up. Easy play. Caught over just past the first base side by the second baseman. Geloff went away. Gave that at-bat away with ease. Laughlin being brought in to face the 2 left-handers that were due up in this inning. Kelenic and Harris sandwiched in between the right-hander, Arcia. 1 on, 1 out. Harris comes to the plate. Lefty. They're going to flip it over to first to keep Kelenic close by. He's back under the tag. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. In the hole, Ozuna. The pitch, 91-mile-an-hour sinker outside, 1-0. You said the Mets hit a home run. I wanted to see that Strawberry, but I gave up checking the Mets game. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and saws it off foul. It's 1-1. Four-seam fastball in there on the hands. So a 1-1 count. Lefty. They set up outside. The pitch. Outside wide, 93 miles an hour, 2-1. Out-of-town scoreboard looks like this. Baltimore 9-5 over Tampa in the 5th. San Diego 5-3 over KC in the 7th. Mets trail 4-1 in the 6th. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and pops that back foul over third base dugout. It's 2-2. Texas 5-0 over the Marlins in the 7th. Washington and Cleveland still 3-2. Guardians over the Nats in the 7th. Detroit and Boston. Red Sox 5. Tigers 1. They're in the 7th inning. White Sox 3-1 over the Brewers in the 7th. The 2-2. Flips it over to first again. Keep the runner close by. So Kelenic could be on the move at any moment now. The 2-2. Kelenic goes. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. Four-seam fastball probably out of the zone, but it was pretty close, and with 2 strikes, Harris wasn't willing to take that risk. Kelenic had the base stolen. The 2-2. Laughlin lifts the glove, brings it. Swing, and that ball is laced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Austin Riley coming to the plate. See if they'll leave Laughlin in. He's faced the minimum 3 batters. Not sure if they want to leave him in to face Riley and Ozuna. First and second, 1 out. They are going to leave him in, so we'll see how this plays out. First and second, 1 out. Riley comes to the dish. The pitch. Swing and a miss, slider over the top. It's 0-1. Austin Riley 1 for 2. The walk, a single, 2 runs and an RBI. A A single would tie the game. One in the gap would give us the lead. The 0-1. Inside, 92 miles an hour, 1-1. On this date in 1975, California Angel right-hander Nolan Ryan gets his 100th career victory when he no-hits the Baltimore Orioles in Anaheim Stadium 1-0. The 1-1 to Riley. Lets her go. Down and in, 2-1. The Angels fireballer ties Sandy Koufax's big league mark, notching his 4th career no-hitter when he fans Bobby Grinch looking for the 9th strikeout of the game. Of course, he would finish with 7. That's on this date in 1975. So a 2-1 count, 2 on, 1 out. The pitch. Swing and fouls it away. Slider on the outer edges, 2-2. One more turn back time. On this date in 1995, the Diamondbacks named Joe Garagiola as the team's first general manager. The son of the former Major League catcher and TV personality will stay in the post until 2005. That was your turn back time for June 1st. The 2-2. Down and away. Ball 3, 3-2. So a full count to Riley. Runners on first and second. 1 out. Ozuna on deck. The payoff pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track, making it at the wall. Kelenic will tag up second and jog down to first. Runners on the corners and 2 outs. Riley just missing a 3-run home run. I think he thought he had it. I thought he had a chance. I thought he was at least going to get it to the wall. They're going to make a pitching change, bring the right-hander in to face Ozuna, and that'll end the day for Laughlin. We'll be back in a flash. Ozuna has 4 RBIs. Can he get 5? Can he get 6 or 7 on the next swing?
Why does it take longer to say www than it does to say World Wide Web? I object, Your Honor. Sorry, I just want to rephrase my question. Why does it take longer to say the abbreviated www than it does to say the not abbreviated World Wide Web? I object again, Your Honor, and I move to strike. Listen, aren't acronyms supposed to shorten our phrases, not make them 3 times the syllables? What is going on with W? And why is it the only letter in our alphabet with a word in it?
How'd you end up at the kids' table? We couldn't find the leaf to expand the dining room table. Is it true you had a cooked turkey delivered?
Look, cooking a turkey is a point of pride for me, but once I realized that I've never been proud of a turkey I've made, I figured it's time for a lineup change.
And how was the turkey?
Dry.
You had multiple uniform changes throughout dinner.
Spilled wine on myself, celebrating a touchdown.
You were watching football during dinner?
I'm sitting at the kids' table.
What'd you do with your extra 6 hours?
I did make my own cranberry sauce, which didn't get touched.
There are some reports about heavy heartburn.
Yeah, I don't think it's very ideal to be eating such a heavy meal sitting in a position where your knees are next to your ears.
I'm in the corner of the Dodger dugout anticipating that I'll be doing a losing interview. I'm standing just in front of the runway, and I can see Ben Hines, the Dodger batting coach, being dispatched by Lasorda into the clubhouse to check on Gibson. Then I can hear Gibson taking practice swings with a ball being placed by a bat boy on the tee and Gibson hitting into a net, and I can hear the grunts of pain coming from Gibson with every swing. Thwack! Thwack! And I'm thinking to myself, gee, if this guy is going to drag himself out here and hit, we've really got the stuff of legend. And Hines comes walking back, and like in a B movie, he passes Lasorda and says he thinks he's got one good swing in him. I'm thinking, who's writing this script?
Welcome back. Marcell Ozuna stands in against the right-hander Kelly. First pitch on the way is a slider. Making a sweeper well off the edge, called for a wide strike. Another bad call by James Hoy. It's 0-1. Michael Kelly, 30 innings, 2.67 ERA. The 0-1. Fastball misses high and outside, 1-1. Same spot. This time called a ball. So a 1-1. On deck is Ozzie. Kelly turns around and flips it over to first. Keep Harris close by. Harris leaning over there towards second, thinking about going. One thing you don't want to do is take the bat out of Ozuna's hand with the tying run in scoring position. The 1-1. Lets her go. Swing! And that ball's lifted high and deep. Going back. On the warning track, making the catch is Blade to end the inning. Ozuna just missed one. We'll be back in a flash.
Some people need to learn how to go camping out in the mountains and not the left lane.
What are you doing there? I'm eating. I can see that. You're doing it wrong. What are you talking about? You almost finished your peas there. And you ain't even started that other, what do you call it? Zucchini? Yeah, whatever. I was going to eat the zucchini after I finished the peas. Then when are you going to get to the turkey? After the zucchini. That's dumb. You're supposed to eat a little of the peas, then a little bit of the cuisine. Zucchini. Whatever. And you take a little of the turkey there. So you get a good mixture there. That's what you call a balanced meal.
The feeling not just of exhilaration, but of utter surprise that engulfed that dugout when he made contact. The looks players exchanged, and then the spontaneous outpouring of emotion and this release of tension as he made his way around the bases was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in baseball.
And look who's coming up. 4-3 A's, 2 out, 9th inning. You talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. You know, complaining about the fact that with the left knee bothering him, he can't push off. Well, now he can't push off and he can't land. So the Dodgers trying to catch lightning right now.
And he's staying on an outside corner. He's not going to give him a ball to pull. With Davis, he just missed, but here's 2 quick strikes, both fastballs that kind of tail away at the outside part. Hasse is not even flirted with the inside part of that plate.
Sachs waiting on deck, but the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
It was Gibson's only at-bat in the series, but the inspired Dodgers went on to beat the stunned A's in 5 games.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves trailed by 1. We head to the top of the 7th inning, 10-9 your score. Pierce Johnson goes back out there for another inning of work. Curveball misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Oakland A's manager Mark Kotsay was kicked out for arguing balls and strikes. To be fair, James Hoy's been terrible all day long, but Kotsay didn't seem to have a problem with the A's were winning 8-3. First pitch on the way. Second pitch on the way of the at-bat is upside high for a high curveball strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. The 1-1 misses high. Ball 2, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Number 6 hitter Blade. Shadows creeping across home plate. The 2-1 curveball grabs the outer edge, 2-2. Hasn't been much shadows during the game. It's been overcast, but the sun is starting to peer out. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Kind of a half-hearted check swing, but didn't matter. The curveball was right down the pipe, 1 away. One down. Number 7 here, Zach Geloff, the second baseman, will come to the plate. Geloff, 1 for 2 with a run scored, 1 walk, 183 on the year. First pitch on the way is a cutter inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Geloff with a double earlier. The 1-0. Curveball down and in, ball 2, 2-0. Pierce Johnson, 16 pitches into the day. Doesn't typically pitch multiple innings. See how he fares here. The 2-1 pitch, 2-0 pitch, excuse me. Swing and a miss. 2-1. Curveball at the top of the zone. On deck is Diaz. Schumann in the hole, the number 9 hitter. The 2-1. Pierce lifts his red glove and lets her go. Swing, pops it up, high and deep, into center field, drifting back on the warning track, making the catch for a long, loud out number 2 is Michael Harris. Wynn might have had a play into knocking that one down. As it went all the way to the warning track. If the wind's blowing out, that probably carries. But you could probably say that for a lot of balls today. Wind still blowing left to right field. 2 outs, and Diaz, the number 8 hitter, was due up, but Soderstrom will pinch hit for him. Righty-lefty matchup. Soderstrom takes the first pitch, curveball at the knees. It's 0-1. Soderstrom batting .182 on the year with the .626 OPS. Schumann is on deck. The 0-1. Swing, chops it foul. 0-2. Soderstrom was in the lineup last night versus the right-handed starter, Lopez, so I would assume he's going to take over first base duties. Tyler Soderstrom, whose dad pitched for San Francisco in the mid-90s, he does have a home run on the year, 5 RBI. The 0-2 from PJ. Lets her go. Fastball caught, looking strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Olsen, Albies, Darnode come to the plate.
You ever get somebody slide in your inbox and you think to yourself, I know I am not this damn ugly? Ain't no way.
Let me tell you about the perfect day. The perfect day is this. You wake up, you come to the beach, you get the chair, you drink the drinks, you read the books, you put on Jimmy Buffett radio, you get in the water, you come back to the chair, you drink the drinks, you read the books, you go up midday to have a turkey sandwich with Cheez-Its, you come back to the chair, you drink the drinks, you read the books, you spend the rest of the afternoon fantasizing about what seafood restaurant you're going to eat at that night. That is the perfect day.
I caught myself because I was shaving without water. And why was there no water? Because I had to move your chair, which guards the floor, which made me call for Joe, who found bad pipes, which called for Cecil, who ate the cat that killed the rat that lived in the house that got built.
I either blow $800 in 3 days or stretch out $2 in 4 weeks. There ain't no in between.
1967. Baseball fans would have witnessed one of the most dramatic seasons in memory. But at the start, the game was in a serious state of flux. In the American League, the New York Yankees, who had won the first 5 pennants of the 1960s, had fallen on hard times and had finished in last place in '66. The Bronx Bombers were supplanted at the top of the league by the pitching-rich Baltimore Orioles. In their World Series matchup against the Dodgers, the Birds only gave up 2 runs in a stunning 4-game sweep.
And the Orioles are the new world champions.
But repeating in '67 was not going to be easy for the Orioles, as a group of hungry teams was vying for their crown. The Detroit Tigers were a club that people were starting to fear, while the Chicago White Sox were coming off 16 consecutive winning seasons without a title. But Baltimore's toughest competition was expected to come from Minnesota. The Twins had captured the '65 pennant and were looking forward to reclaiming their place at the top of
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Join the country club today. Matt Olson lead us off. The first pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, 1 for 3 on the day. Hit the game-tying home run in the 5th. The 0-1 to Olson. High and out of the zone, 1-1. Still a long way to go in this one. If we do get the win, it's going to be hard picking someone for the game ball. We just know who's not going to get the game ball, and that would be Chris Sale, who was dreadful today. The 1-1. Down and in, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Braves trail by just 1 here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Once 8-3, now 10-9. The 2-1 to Olson. Outside wide, 96 miles an hour. 3-1. Kelly steps off the mound for a second. Goes back. The pitch. High and out of the zone, ball 4. And Matt Olson will cruise on down to first. 1 on, nobody out. Ozzie Albies stands in. The first pitch on the way is swatted foul down the first base line. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swings at another sweeper down and in. Drags that foul. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Runner on first, nobody out. Ozzie taking a quick timeout, stepping out of the box. Gets back in. Shadows creeping across the mound. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, pops it up. High down the left field line. Will it stay in play? Ben's just foul. Fell in foul territory, but the left fielder was playing very far over. No chance to get to it. Ball essentially fell to where the ball boy normally sits down there in the corner. So once again, 0-2 pitch to Ozzie. On the way, down and in, 1-2. Good take by Ozzie that time, another sweeper. The 1-2. Open stance left side from the whiz. The pitch. Swing. Pops it up. High into left field. Should be an easy play for Andujar. It is. 1 away. One down. Travis d'Arnaud will come to the plate. The retirement plan is 0 for 2. He has drawn a walk. Hit a couple of balls really hard. The first one was really hard, just unfortunate right into the teeth of the defense. First pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is down and away. Slider misses. It's 1-0. They've got a left-hander warming up in the A's bullpen. And if you play that out, we are 2 slots away from Kelnick. The 1-0. Righty, pitch down and away, ball 2, 2-0. So you would think they're gonna keep Kelly in versus d'Arnaud and Duvall. And then if it gets that far, Kelnick would face the lefty warming up. The 2-0 from Kelly. Swing and a miss, chase that one well off the plate, 2-1. The 2-1. The setup outside away. Swing, and that ball's lifted into right field, giving chase, making a running catch. Second baseman Geloff. Good running catch, 2 down. Olson has to retreat back to first base. Man, that Geloff for a second baseman, he's a pretty good-sized kid. Looking up his stats right now. They've got him listed at 6'2", 205. He looks bigger than that. 24-year-old. Played his college ball for Virginia, was drafted back in 2021 in the second round by the A's. They're having a quick chat out there on the mound against the right-hander, Kelly. He's set to face Duvall. And they're probably telling him to pitch around Duvall. Don't give him anything. They got the left-hander warming up in the bullpen. One on, two out. Duvall at the plate. Olsen stands on first. Led off with a walk and has yet to get pushed over. First pitch on the way. Down and away. Slider in the dirt. It's 1-0. Kelly comes set. 18 pitches into the day. The 1-0. Down and away. 2-0. Ball gets away, and Matt Olson will head on down to first. Down to second from first. Ball is in the dirt. Line catcher. Langoliers try to backhand it. The ball gets away. Mentioned this a lot, but today's catchers, they're just not taught to get in front of balls. They just backhand it kind of nonchalantly. Another one, 2-0. Backhands that one. Ball 3-0. So a 3-0 count. Kelenic stands on deck. The pitch. Sweeper right down the pipe, taken all the way by Duvall, 3-1. That was a hanger. I'm sure if he had to do it over again, he probably swats that one, but you can understand when a guy's been that wild, you're going to make him throw a strike. The 3-1 from Kelly, pitch on the way, outside wide ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. They're going to go get the right-hander. They got the left-hander warming up in the bullpen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Stop eating so much cheese. This is how much cheese you're allowed to eat, according to health insurance provider Bupa. So get your small matchbox out and measure it, you big whale. Does this look like a normal amount of cheese to eat? Wrong. You're gonna die. No health insurance for you. I'm just about to tuck into my normal amount of pasta. You're dead. You're only supposed to have 3 spoons. Hopefully you enjoy heaven, you fat. Next time I'm having a night of romance, I'm gonna tell her, it's not small. That's the recommended serving size. And if you're not satisfied with it, you may ring Bupa and check your facts. Now leave. I'm not in the mood anymore, and take this small box of matches with you for future reference.
Bob was the intimidator, not the intimidatee.
Gibson delivers.
You know, there are a lot of guys that want to win, okay, in life. They want to be winners. That wasn't the case with Gibson. Gibson despised losing. And when he went to the mound, you weren't going to beat him.
In each year that the Dodgers had won the pennant, Koufax had won the Cy Young Award and pitching's Triple Crown.
Sandy Koufax gets his second consecutive shutout of the Twins.
You're the good, Sandy. You're the greatest, baby.
Koufax's dominating performances had carried the Dodgers to glory, but Sandy had paid a heavy price for that success, as he often pitched through excruciating elbow pain. Finally, after the '66 World Series, he decided that he could no longer endure the agony. With Koufax abdicating his throne as the king of the hill, Bob Gibson of the St. Louis Cardinals was one of the pitchers most able to succeed Sandy. The intimidating right-hander was a dominating presence on the mound who beat teams with his arm and his attitude.
Well, we'll see if Jarred Kelenic can divide the odds. Get a hit off the left-hander coming into the game. Alexander, the pitcher. First pitch on the way is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Scott Alexander, 34-year-old. Drafted by the Royals in 2010. Spent time with the Royals, the Dodgers, the Giants. Came upon to Oakland here this year. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball's going to get sliced into left field. Making a running catch is Andujar, and that will end the inning. Braves threaten once again. We trail by 1 heading to the 8th.
Stop putting mirrors right beside the shower so I can see myself cleaning my own arse. If you like doing that, there's something wrong with you. I don't even understand how it's helpful. It's not like a better view is particularly useful in the shower. If you're having to carry out a visual inspection to see whether you're clean or not, you're not clean. I don't need to be confronted with the cold, hard reality of my body when I'm just trying to relax and clean myself. The shower is a time of peace. You do a bit of singing, you do a bit of thinking. Now, if I go to a hotel, I have to look at a big, fat, hairy man having a shower. I've got a good use for AI, actually. Mirrors should detect if I'm naked and censor me. I should get one of them messages like you get on Instagram. This is graphic content. Are you sure you're ready to view it?
Cardinal outfielder Lou Brock shared Gibson's passion for winning.
Baseball was a war against your opposition. The Cardinals' tradition, the Cardinal pride had a lot to do with that.
The slender, speedy Brock had become one of the most disruptive players in all of baseball.
You imagine yourself as a pitcher even 2 or 3 days before you came into St. Louis. The guy you had to think about was Brock. You know, not only was this guy a great base stealer, he was a 300 hitter. He was really the ignition for that baseball team.
Brock had joined the Cardinals in 1964 and teamed with Gibson to help lead St. Louis to a World Series victory. But by '66, the Cards were struggling as they slipped to 6th place and were dead last in the league in runs scored.
We didn't have big hitters in the middle of our lineup.
In order to change that, they gambled by trading as a Yankee. Roger Maris had outdueled Mickey Mantle to break Babe Ruth's fabled single-season home run record.
He was always dealing with the image of Mickey Mantle as the player who could do no wrong.
Maris is a ball player's ball player. He's great with his teammates. He's great in the clubhouse. He just fit into our little family perfectly.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Dylan Lee will come on. First pitch on the way. Lefty righty to Schumann. Down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into left field, going back on the track. Ball goes off the wall. Kelenic gets it quickly and gets it back into the infield, but it's a leadoff double for the Oakland A's. Thought that ball may get out. I mean, it kept carrying and carrying. So you got a runner on second, nobody out. Lefty, righty. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, 92 mile an hour. Right down the pipe, it's 0-1. Toro, the number one leadoff hitter. Standing at the plate, Andujar. Standing on deck, Rooker in the hole. Top of the order due up for the A's. The 0-1. Slider down and away. 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Lee kicks and fires. Swing and fouls it back. Gets 1-2. The 1-2. Dylan Lee looks back the runner at second. Lets her go. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field, going back on the warning track. Making the catch is Harris, but the runner's going to be able to tag up and go to third. Harris's throw gets away, but it's backed up by Dylan Lee, so the runner will stay there at third. going to force the Braves to bring the infield in unless they decide to intentionally walk the batter to set up the double play. Doesn't look like that's the route they're going to go. So Andujar stands in, who's been very dangerous bat this weekend. He's 3 for 4 today, batting .429 on his young season. First pitch on the way, 94 at the top for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves infield is in on the grass, just before the grass. The 0-1. Lefty righty, pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's laced in the left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Braves trail 11-9 now. Runner on first. 1 out here in the 8th inning. Schumann scores. Rooker will come to the plate. One down, 1 on. First pitch on the way, swung on, chopped over to third. Riley's got it, fires it to Ozzie. Ozzie to Olsen. They're going to beat out the double play, but we do get the force at second, 2 away. Riley had a long way to go and a short time to get there. He had to charge in, throw the ball against his body, and then Ozzie had to try to relay it with Rooker busting it down the line. He beat it by about a half step or so. 2 down, 1 on, and Langoliers comes to the plate. He's 1 for 4, batting .211 on the year. He does have 3 strikeouts. First pitch on the way to Langoliers is swung on and slapped foul and out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Lee. Kicks and fires. Swing. Fouls it back, 94 up top. So you got an 0-2 count from Dylan Lee. Runner on first, 2 outs. Still 2 more at bats to go for the Braves. We'll have the top of the order due up when the Braves come back in the 8th. A game that has already seen 20 runs and 26 hits. The 0-2 from Lee. Lee sets, kicks, and fires. Runner goes, and Travis d'Arnaud throws a bullet down to second. They call the runner safe. Ozzie wants a challenge. I think he's right. I think Ozzie got him on the wallet coming by. Had to see a better look at it, though, a better angle. Looking at it, oh, yeah, he's got him. He's got him right on the wallet before he ever touches the bag. He's got him by about a half second, maybe a little less. But he smacks him on the side as he's sliding by. So I would think the Braves are going to take a look at this. One thing, if you're the Braves and you're thinking about trying to make this comeback, you would prefer to make that comeback in the 8th, because in the 9th, you're going to have the back end of your lineup due up. And Mason Miller is arguably the most talented reliever in baseball. If you haven't seen him throw, he is wowza good. They're taking a look at it. I'm going to assume that we're going to get this thing overturned. So we're going to go ahead and head to break. If for some reason it doesn't get overturned, we'll be right back. Braves going to grab the sticks. Arcia, Harris, and Riley are coming to the plate.
It's some bullshit when I hear people say that white people can't cook. Really? Newsflash, we're literally the whole reason why you have to show your ID to buy Sudafed. So, okay, love you, bye.
Hey, I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. I be ordering my coffee so strong I think it might just show up on a drug test.
Dad, who cut the grass?
Same person who always cuts the grass. Me. Why?
It's like the lines are crooked, like they're squiggly. Didn't you say your vision or something was going bad? Because it's showing. The lines, look how crooked they are.
What are you talking about? They're crooked.
Look, you see how it's not, aren't they supposed to be straight lines?
What are you talking about? They are straight. What are you talking about?
Nah, they look crooked. You should have Brett show you how to do it.
I'll tell you what, instead of you sleeping until 3 o'clock in the afternoon every day, why don't you start cutting the grass?
I should.
Tell me, Brett knows how to cut the grass. Every time he comes over here, he knows how to cook a egg on the stove. You're going to try to tell me he's going to tell me how to cut the grass.
And as long as you're getting yourself a cup of coffee, would you mind getting me one too?
I'm not getting myself coffee.
Let me rephrase that. Get me a cup of coffee. And by the way, I take my coffee the way I take my women.
Are you sure you want to pay $75 for a cup of coffee?
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Me out to the ball game. Hey, me out to the night. Find me something up, cracker jack. I don't care if I ever get back on.
To the ball game, take me out with the crowd. I need some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. A's 11, Braves 9, bottom 8. The 1-0 swing. That ball's lifted high and deep. Going back on the track, making the catch at the very end of the warning track. It was Blade, the center fielder, one away. Michael Harris' second will come to the plate. Harris, 3 for 4 on the day. 2 runs scored. Batting .269 and OPS still well below 700 at .689. First pitch on the way to Harris is a 93-mile-an-hour fastball right down the pipe on the outer edge. It's 0-1. On deck is Riley. In the hole is Ozuna. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball sliced into left field, drifting back on the track, making the catch at the wall. Zandujar, 2 down. 2 outs. And Austin Riley will come to the plate. Riley, 1 for 3 on the day. He had another one that went right to the wall that probably most days goes out. Lefty, righty, the first pitch on the way. Down and in, slider misses, 1-0. If Riley can get on, Ozuna would represent the tying run. He is 2 for 4 with 4 RBIs. The 1-0. Swing. That ball's raced down the left field line. That's going to get down for a base hit. That ball's going where the green grass grows. Here comes Austin Riley. He's rounding first, heading to second. We've got the tying run at home plate. We're a single away from cutting this lead in half. And your Atlanta Braves got something cooking here in the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th, 2 outs, and it looks like we're going to get a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. The right-hander coming in. We may be getting, now that doesn't look like Mason Miller. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
To anybody that's been mean to me, if you're having a hard time in life, good.
I learned a lesson. Never half-ass two things. Whole-ass one thing.
I'm not too sure why I'm about to tell the internet this, but I'm hoping I can save other people from doing the same exact thing. I was having a sugar attack, so I thought, well, let me go on down there to the Piggly Wiggly, and I did, right? Well, I wanted some ice cream. Okay, peanut butter flavor. See, look at it. It's got a little pretzel sticking up out the thing. It smells just like peanut butter. And I get home because I'm ready for the ice cream, right? I get it out the box. I pop the top off of it, and I ate the whole thing because it was delicious. I thought this just, for children, little children. Human little children. No, not at all, actually. I got scammed because right here in little bitty letters it says dog treat. And I ate the whole thing.
In 1869, Harry Wright, manager and outfielder for the Cincinnati Red Stockings, made 7 times the average working man's wage. In 1976, 107 years later, a ball player still made just 8 times a working man's salary. By 1994, the average major league salary would be nearly 50 times that of ordinary America.
The big difference now that players get so much is that it has distanced them from us. It was a blue-collar sport, and people in the stands could look at these people playing ball and think of them as workers because they were getting paid workers' salaries. And this perpetuated the illusion that with a little luck that could be me out there. The sense of we between fans and players was very strong in those days, and players stayed.
Welcome back. First pitch to Ozuna. Sawed off, fouling out of play from Adams. Austin Adams, the right-hander, coming in. So 1. Runner on second, 2 outs. Austin Adams comes in with a 2.41 ERA, righty-righty matchup. Pitch to Ozuna, way outside, wide slider misses, 1-1. Standing behind Ozuna on deck is Matt Olson. He's got a home run today. The 1-1. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Slider. Foul tipped into the glove. It's 1-2. Ozuna, a 2-run home run, a single. 2 runs, 4 RBIs. Now with 17 home runs and 53 RBI on the year and an OPS up over 1,000. The 1-2 to Marcel. Righty. The pitch. Try to get him to chase the slider well off the plate, 2-2. Cleveland held on to beat Washington 3-2. That's a final. Clase with the save. Braves have a couple of guys warming up the bullpen. Looks like it's Bummer and Iglesias in case they get the lead, the 2-2. Swing and slices that foul over the first base dugout over play. We'll do it again, 2-2. Same 2 teams back at it tomorrow, 1:35 first pitch. The 2-2. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Came out from under it, over the top, and Adams cartoonly shakes his hand and fists as he walks off the mound. We'll be back in a flash. Braves trail by 2 heading to the 9th.
No meat, just eggs.
Yeah, with sliced apple.
How do you like your eggs?
Hatched.
What? You want them scrambled?
Scrambled, yeah.
Did
he say hatched? No.
And the sky is the limit for baseball salaries. The highest paid player of the week is now Roger Clemens of Boston. 5 years, $7.5 million.
Dwight Gooden has something to celebrate as well after receiving plenty of money from the New York Mets. In fact, the right-hander became the highest-paid player in the big leagues after he signed a 3-year, $6.7 million contract.
Brian Sandberg is calling Chicago the city with big pockets. The Cubs' great second baseman has signed the biggest contract ever in baseball. He could make about $7 million a year.
What in the
knuckles is this?
She's my girlfriend, you intolerant.
Whoa! Pump the hate brakes, Fox and Friends. I'm just surprised anyone would date you.
Kids today, they go, how much is your baseball card worth? And I'm going, a plug nickel, son, a plug nickel. I'm saying be your own person. Do not collect baseball cards. It will be the ruination of you. Maybe you'll learn economics a little bit, or you'll learn what value is, but you're being an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur takes something of no value and makes money on it. And I do not believe in that in the kids. I teach them right off the bat. Learn the game. Do not look at Youppi. Do not look at the chicken. Do not look at that. Look at the ground ball. Field it cleanly with both hands. Be as smooth as silk. You know, make the nice throw to second. Have the nice breaking curveball. Subtract on the changeup. See the ball and hit it. Don't associate with the other things of the game. It will eventually bring you down, eat you up, and spit you out.
Welcome back. Aaron Bummer comes into the game to face Langoliers. Cameron and Blade, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Braves trail by 2. The 0-1, well outside wide, 1-1. A's 11, Braves 9. Top of the 9th. The 1-1 sweeper nowhere near the zone. 2-1. Shea Langoliers 1 for 4, single in the first, 3 strikeouts. The 2-1 from Bummer, high and inside, ball 3, 3-1. So Aaron Bummer trying to find the strike zone as he comes out of the pen. The 3-1 pitch, swing and chop foul, 3-2. Arizona 10-1 over New York in the 8th. So a 3-2 count. The payoff pitch from Bummer. Swung on, chopped towards the first base side, but foul. We'll do it again. If you're just joining us, 20 runs have come across the board, 27 hits, 1 error, and a whole bunch of blown calls by home plate umpire James Hoy. The 3-2, swung on, pops it up, fisted high in the sky. Olsen will make the catch over by the bag, 1 away. Phillies host St. Louis tonight at 7:15. That's a national game on Fox. A couple of other national games will be going on tonight as well, so it really depends on what's in your area. Cameron stands in. He's 2 for 4. First pitch on the way is a sweeper down and in. It's 1-0. Cubs and Reds are also a national game. The 1-0, outside wide, 2-0. And Mariners and Angels, if you're out on the West Coast, that's the Fox game of the week. So a 2-0 count. Bummer lets her go, swing, chopped over towards short. RC has got it, fires it over to first. Beautiful 6-3 put out, 2 down. I don't see Mason warming up, so is he hurt? Mason Miller is who I'm referring to. I'm going to check that real quick. I'm not aware of it, but first pitch on the way to Blade is a cutter off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. No, there's nothing out there. The 1-0 pitch swung on. That ball sliced into left field, down for a base hit. And it's a 2-out single for the A's here in the top of the 9th. He was tagged with his first blown save back on Thursday, and it was a 2-inning outing, so that may have something to do with why he's not there's no list on how many pitches he threw, but they may be giving him extra rest because of it. That's bullet dodge for the Braves. He would have came in with a 2.08 ERA and a .88 whip. The 0-1 swung on, chopped foul on the instep to Geloff. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Braves trail 11-9. Lefty, righty. Sweeper in the dirt, gets away, bounces out there towards the mound. The runner's going to make it down to second and into scoring position. You got a 1-2 count. The pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the A's put one on but can't get them across. We'll see who they bring out of the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I'm finna tell y'all why y'all should never delete. Let me tell you why. One day I posted it and it had like 10 views in an hour. So I was kind of mad about that, but I went to sleep and I woke back up and guess how many views I had? 11. That could be you, okay?
Would you like to take us fishing and tell us life lessons and stories about your childhood?
I got a better idea. Why don't you boys go dig a hole and I'll get another beer.
Someone didn't love you enough when you were little, did they?
Good call.
Tragic.
Little investment advice. Bip Roberts, 1986 rookie card, worth about $275. 20 years from now, who knows? 1,000, 2,000, might even go.
Bip, man, you were looking at Robin Roberts. Says here your card's worth 4 cents.
Yo, T, 4 cents if it's in excellent condition, but 10 cents if it's totally mint.
Dad, Mom says I have to remind you to behave yourself through the holidays.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Mom says you know how people are and you should just keep quiet and just be nice.
How come people don't remember how I am? How come they can't learn to shut the up and be nice in my house? Let's try that.
We have these unreasonable expectations of all baseball heroes. We want them to be good at life as well as good at baseball. If you think about it, it's unfair. It's hard enough to expect them to play baseball well. I'm convinced there is the same division in baseball that there is in life itself, of true heroes, of people of strong principle, of ordinary everyday people, of rogues, of weaklings. Pete Rose turned out to be extremely fallible.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Danny Jimenez is going to get the nod for the close. Like I said, I think it's got something to do with the fact that Mason Miller had a long outing on Thursday, and I didn't see the pitch count up, but he blew the save, and they may just be wanting to give him extra rest. So Danny Jimenez, 30-year-old, 6'1", 182, pitch on the way to Olsen, swung on. That ball's belted into right field. That's going to get down off the wall, and Matt Olson's going to cruise into second for a leadoff double, and your Atlanta Braves got the tying run at the plate. Let's get it. league since 2020, has a lifetime ERA of 3.58, 3.68 this year. Ozzie Albies stands in representing the tying run. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is a slider at the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty, lefty, open stance, Ozzie. On the left side of the plate. The 0-1. Swing, pops it up. Chase that one well off the plate. Be an easy can of corn over towards second, one away. Poor plate discipline there by Oz. Can't chase that one out of the zone. So one down, and Travis d'Arnaud will come to the dish. Now, if d'Arnaud gets on, you've got the ability to pinch run for him with two catchers sitting on the deck, and Martinez and Short with good speed on your bench. First pitch on the way is a slider high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Righty. Inside almost gets him 2-0. d'Arnaud and Ozzie are the only two in the lineup that do not have a base hit. d'Arnaud did reach via the walk. Ozzie's 0 for 5 with the strikeout. The 2-0 from Jimenez. Swing, that ball's popped up high in the sky. Should be an easy out. Bleday's underneath it. 2 away. So 2 down, and Adam Duvall represents the Braves' last chance. Adam Duvall 1 for 3. An RBI, a walk. Came really close to a home run. Couple of balls that he hit today went deep. First pitch on the way is a fastball, 94 miles an hour right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1. The right-hander deals. Swing, pops it up. Back behind home plate, 0-2. So Adam Duvall and the Atlanta Braves are down to their last strike. Tying run standing at home plate. Braves fought back violently after down 8-3, tied it up. And even took the lead, made it 9-8, and have not scored since the 5th inning. The 0-2 to Duvall. Right-hander comes set. The pitch. Swing! That ball's hammered down the left field line, but out of play. It's 0-2. You got an 0-2 count, 2 outs, runner on second. Duvall trying to find any way to extend the game. The pitch. Down and away. Did he go around? He did not. 1-2. They checked down first base umpire Rob Drake. He said he did not go around. He did not. So a 1-2 count. Jimenez kicks and fires. Swing, and that ball's blasted down the left field line. Is it fair? It is just foul. I mean, just feet away from tying this game up. Duvall once again getting into one, just missing a home run. Just turned left at the foul pole. Unbelievable. So a 1-2 count. Runner at second, 2 outs, the pitch. Cont looking strike 3. What in the hell is he looking for? That'll end the inning. That'll end the game. Adam Duvall stood there and just watched the final strike go by the wayside. Braves lose a tough one, 11-9. A game where the offense finally woke up. But the pitching just wasn't there today. If you're going to lay the blame, you got to put it at the feet of Chris Sale. 4 innings, 8 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, 2 home runs. He will not get the loss. As the loss will go to Herget, and the Braves will fall back down to 8 over 500. They'll take on the A's tomorrow, 1:35 first pitch. Braves, A's, tough way to lose one. Charlie Morton gets the ball tomorrow. Have a good one, Braves country.